Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. Snow fell softly over the small town of Pine Creek, Minnesota, as Dr. Marcus Chen organized his notes at the local library. At age 35, this Chinese-American anthropologist had dedicated the last 5 years of his life researching Native American legends, with a particular focus on the story of the Wendigo. What had begun as a conventional academic study was about to turn into something much darker. As he leafed through an old diary found in the archives, his eyes fell on a passage written by a missionary in the early 19th century. Anishinaabe elders speak of an evil that cannot be killed, only contained. They say it feeds not on the flesh, but on the very essence of humanity. Marcus adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses and continued reading. Absorbed in the yellowed pages, Sarah Thompson, the 40-year-old local librarian, approached her desk silently. "Still looking for your monsters, Dr. Chen?" she asked with a gentle smile, though her eyes showed concern. "Wendigo isn't exactly a monster, Sarah," Marcus replied, without looking up from the document. "It's more like a distorted reflection of society. The oldest accounts describe it as a physical manifestation of human greed." Sarah sat across from him, lowering her voice. "Did you see the news today? Another disappearance on the reservation. It's the third this month." This finally caught Marcus's attention. He had arrived at Pine Creek just 2 weeks ago after receiving a peculiar invitation from Joseph Running Bear, an elder on the local Anishinaabe reservation. The elder had gotten in touch after reading his academic articles on the Wendigo, claiming to have crucial information about the creature. "The disappearances started last winter," Sarah continued, "along with those strange stories about people acting differently." Marcus knew what she was referring to. In recent months, several residents had reported dramatic changes in the behavior of acquaintances, sudden isolation, inexplicable aggression, and a strange gleam in the eyes that people close to them described as hungry. Carefully placing the diary in his bag, Marcus decided it was time for his daily visit with Joseph. The elder lived in a remote cabin on the edge of the reserve, where he found him sitting on his usual porch, smoking his traditional pipe. "The signals are multiplying, aren't they?" Joseph spoke before Marcus could even greet him. His wrinkled face was more serious than usual. "The disappearances?" Marcus asked, sitting down in a nearby chair. "Not just that. It's the emptiness in people's eyes, the coldness in their hearts. The Wendigo always begins like this, not as a hungry beast, but as a whisper of discontent that grows into a scream of ravenousness." Marcus took out his notebook. "Joseph, in all my research, I have never found concrete evidence of the Wendigo's physical existence. The stories have always seemed metaphorical, a warning against the dangers of greed and extreme individualism." The elder took a long drag on his pipe before responding. "You look for physical evidence of something that begins in the spirit, young friend. The Wendigo is not just a creature of the forests. It is a disease of the soul that manifests itself in the flesh only when it finds fertile ground. At that moment, a distant scream echoed through the forest. Both men stood up, tense. The sound seemed neither human nor animal. It was something in between. It's starting, Joseph murmured, his voice thick with concern. The balance is breaking down. People are closing themselves in their homes, distrusting their neighbors, ignoring the suffering of others. That's how it gains strength. Marcus felt a shiver run down his spine. What can we do? First, you need to truly understand what we face. Come with me. Joseph stood up with difficulty, leaning on his carved cane. There's something I need to show you. They passed through a small forest behind the cabin, arriving at an old stone structure, partially covered in vegetation. Joseph took a set of keys from his pocket and opened a rusty padlock. This has been kept by my family for generations, he explained as he opened the heavy wooden door. They are records of all the cycles of the Wendigo that our people have witnessed. Inside the structure, shelves filled with documents, artifacts, and old photographs stretched as far as the dim light allowed them to see. Marcus realized that he was in front of an incomparable historical archive. Each time the Wendigo emerges, Joseph continued, the pattern is the same. First comes distrust, then isolation. People begin to accumulate more than they need, ignoring those who have less. The cold sets in not just in the air, but in the hearts. Marcus examined an old photograph that showed a group of people with blank expressions, their eyes strangely bright even in the black and white image. The date on the back indicated 1923, but this time is different, Joseph said, his voice shaking slightly. The world has changed. Greed and individualism that once took generations to develop are now spreading like wildfire, amplified by technology and social isolation. The conditions are ripe for something far worse than we've ever seen before. A cold wind blew through the open door, making the pages of the ancient documents flutter. Marcus felt the weight of responsibility fall on his shoulders. His academic research had turned into something much more urgent and dangerous. How long do we have? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Joseph looked out the door, toward the city that was beginning to turn, on its lights against the growing darkness. Not much. Signs indicate that the Wendigo is already awakening, and this time he will find a feast prepared by our own society. Marcus spent the entire night poring over documents in the archive, his mind immersed in the unsettling evidence Joseph had shared. The first light of the morning was already beginning to penetrate through the cracks in the stone structure. When he finally realized how much time had passed, across the records, a disturbing pattern emerged. Wendigo outbreaks always coincided with periods of deep social division. A 1923 report described how growing inequality between loggers and landowners had preceded a series of mysterious disappearances. Another document from 1891 reported similar events following a territorial dispute that divided the community. You've started to see the pattern? Joseph's voice surprised him. The elder was standing at the door, carrying a tray with coffee and homemade bread. It's as if Wendigo is drawn to deteriorating community ties, Marcus replied, gratefully accepting the hot cup of coffee. But something doesn't make sense. Why now? Why here? Joseph sat down heavily on a nearby chair. Pine Creek has always been a special place. The boundary between the material and spiritual world is thinner here. Our ancestors chose these lands for precisely that reason. A distant, sharp sound interrupted the conversation, something between a howl and a human scream. Marcus felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. "We need to go to town," Joseph declared, standing up urgently. "There's something you need to see." Downtown Pine Creek was unusually busy for a winter morning. A group of residents gathered in front of the local market, their raised voices echoing down the main street. "It's unacceptable," shouted a burly man. "First the disappearances, now this." Marcus and Joseph approached. Sarah, the librarian, was among those present and quickly updated them on the situation. Overnight, all the market's security cameras had recorded a strange figure, too tall and thin to be human, searching the shelves. "The recordings are gone," Sarah whispered. "But Tom, the night security guard, is in shock. He keeps muttering about glow-in-the-dark eyes and a smell of decay." The crowd began to divide into groups, some demanding the market be closed, others accusing their own neighbors of vandalism. Marcus watched with concern as old friendships seemed to unravel before his eyes. "It's happening faster than I imagined," Joseph muttered. "Fear is fueling distrust. Distrust is breaking ties. That's how it gains strength." Marcus noticed something strange in people's behavior. Some residents had a feverish shine in their eyes. Their movements were restless, almost predatory. Others seemed to wither in the face of the conflict, as if something was draining their vital energy. "Joseph, that story about the Wendigo feeding on human essence, it's not just a metaphor, is it?" The elder shook his head gravely. "The Wendigo is a spiritual parasite. First, it corrupts the mind with thoughts of greed and isolation. Then, when a person is sufficiently separated from their humanity, it begins to feed." A sharp scream cut through the air, coming from the direction of the market. Tom, the security guard, had stumbled out of the building, his eyes glassy and his skin unnaturally pale. "You're hungry," he murmured repeatedly, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. "You're so hungry." Before anyone could react, Tom lunged at an elderly woman nearby. Marcus and two other men rushed to restrain him, but his strength was surprising. Its fingers had turned into elongated claws, and its teeth seemed sharper than usual. "Don't hurt him," Joseph shouted, limping towards him with surprising agility. The elder took out a small leather bag from his robes and threw a dark powder in Tom's face, who immediately collapsed unconscious. The crowd backed away in shock. Some took out their cell phones to film. Others started running. Marcus helped Joseph carry Tom into the empty market, followed by Sarah, who seemed to be the only person willing to help. "He's in the first phase of the transformation," Joseph Adur explained as he examined the unconscious man. "The Wendigo has already begun to alter its body, but its soul has not yet been completely consumed." "Is there any way to reverse this?" Marcus asked, watching in horror at the visible transformations in Tom's body. "Yes, but we need to act quickly. The complete transformation takes 3 days. After that," Joseph didn't need to finish the sentence. Sarah, who had remained silent until then, spoke in a trembling voice. The other disappearances, they are too. They've probably already completed the transformation, Joseph confirmed. They are hiding in the forest, waiting for the right moment. When there are enough others like them, the real hunt will begin. Marcus felt an even greater weight on his shoulders. Not only had his academic research turned into a race against time, it was now a battle for the community's survival. What can we do? He asked, although he feared the answer. Joseph looked out the market window, observing the crowd that was still dispersing into hostile groups. First, we must stop fear and distrust from spreading further. The Wendigo feeds on isolation. The only way to stop it is to strengthen the bonds it seeks to destroy. But how? Sarah questioned. People are scared, angry. There is a ritual, Joseph replied, his voice heavy with gravity. Something my ancestors used to fight the Wendigo, but it won't be easy, and we'll need everyone's help. At that moment, another distant howl echoed across the city. Closer this time. Tom stirred in his restless sleep, his transformed fingers scratching the linoleum floor. Time was running out, and Marcus knew the next decisions would determine not only the fate of Pine Creek, but possibly much more. The battle against the Wendigo was just beginning, and he had a feeling it would be far more terrible than any legend could have prepared. Joseph led Marcus and Sarah to the back of the market, carrying Tom's unconscious body. The smell of decay emanating from him was becoming stronger, and his physical transformations more evident. His fingers continued to lengthen into dark claws, and his skin took on a cadaverous paleness. The ritual requires preparation, Joseph explained as they deposited Tom on a makeshift table. We need certain sacred herbs that grow only deep in the forest. And most importantly, we need to bring the community together. The power of ritual comes from the strength of the bonds between people. But how are we going to convince people to come together after what they just saw? Sarah questioned, her voice revealing genuine concern. Marcus watched Tom's contorted face, noticing how his eyes moved frantically beneath his closed eyelids. Maybe we can use fear to our advantage. People are scared, yes, but they are also looking for answers. I agree, Joseph nodded. Marcus, you have academic credibility. Sarah knows everyone in town through the library. I carry ancient knowledge. Together, we can reach them. A metallic sound interrupted them. Someone was forcing their way into the back of the market. The door opened to reveal Emily Chen, Tom's wife, a woman of Vietnamese origin who worked as a nurse at the local hospital. Where is my husband? She demanded, her eyes widening as she saw Tom's state. Oh my God, what's happening to him? Marcus approached his distant cousin, whom he hadn't seen since arriving in the city. Emily, I know this sounds scary, but we can help you. Joseph knows how. Emily cautiously approached Tom, her years of medical experience evident in the way she immediately began examining his vitals. This isn't natural. His temperature is very low, but he's sweating, and his bones seem to be restructuring themselves. It's the Wendigo transformation, Joseph explained gently, but there is still time to reverse the process. Emily, we need your help, not just as Tom's wife, but as a healthcare professional. People trust you. A distant howl made everyone startle. Emily held Tom's transformed hand, silent tears streaming down her face. "What do you need me to do?" The next few hours were of intense activity. Sarah began making calls to key members of the community, while Emily discreetly prepared the hospital to receive Tom. Marcus and Joseph were preparing to enter the forest in search of the necessary herbs. "Remember," Joseph warned as he checked his bag of traditional medicines, "the forest is no longer safe. The others who disappeared, they are out there and have probably already completed their transformation." Marcus adjusted his backpack on his back, feeling the comforting weight of the old diary he had brought from the library. "How will we recognize them?" "They look human from a distance," Joseph replied, "but they are taller, thinner. Their movements are erratic, like that of a hungry animal, and their eyes shine with a hunger that no food can satisfy." As they entered the forest, Marcus noticed how the temperature seemed to drop drastically. The snow beneath his feet was thicker, and an unnatural silence hung in the air. No birds sang, no animals moved in the bushes. "Animals sense their presence," Joseph murmured, as if reading her thoughts. "The Wendigo is an aberration in the natural order. Everything that is truly living moves away." After an hour of careful walking, they arrived at a small clearing where the necessary herbs grew. Joseph began to collect them methodically, muttering ancient prayers in his native tongue. A twig snapped in the forest. Marcus spun quickly, his flashlight illuminating the nearby trees. For a moment, he thought he saw a tall, skeletal figure moving through the shadows, but when he blinked, it was gone. "We are not alone," Joseph whispered, putting the last of the herbs into his bag. "We need to go back. Now." The way back was tense. Several times, Marcus thought he saw movement on the edge of his vision, and the sound of footsteps that weren't his own echoed through the trees. The cold intensified by the minute, penetrating his bones. When they finally reached the edge of the forest, they saw emergency lights flashing near the hospital. Sarah was waiting for them in the parking lot, her face pale with worry. "It happened again," she said as they approached. Two people were brought in showing the same symptoms as Tom, a teenager who works at the gas station and a lady from the church. "It's spreading faster than I thought," Joseph murmured, his expression grave. "The Wendigo is getting stronger. Each person it transforms increases its power over the area." Inside the hospital, Emily had managed to isolate an entire ward. For those affected, Tom was sedated, but his transformations continued to progress. His limbs were lengthening unnaturally, and his skin had taken on a grayish tinge. "We've got the herbs," Joseph announced, immediately beginning to brew an infusion of boiling water. "But the ritual requires more than just traditional medicine. We need the community's vital energy to combat the Wendigo's influence." "People are arriving," Sarah reported. "I used the library records to contact the oldest families in town. Some are already in the lobby." Marcus watched through the hospital window as small groups of people began to gather, many carrying candles and flashlights against the growing darkness. Despite the fear evident on their faces, there was also determination. "This is how we begin to fight," Joseph said, his voice filled with hope. "Not with violence or fear, but with unity and communal strength." The Wendigo thrives in isolation, but where there is true connection between people, it cannot lay down roots. A high-pitched scream echoed through the hospital hallway. One of the new patients had woken up and was beginning his transformation. Time was running out, and the real battle was about to begin. Night approached quickly as Joseph finalized preparations for the ritual in the hospital's spacious lobby. The smell of sacred herbs mixed with the characteristic antiseptic of the environment, creating a unique and almost mystical atmosphere. Marcus helped organize people into a large circle. Following the elders' precise instructions, the circle needs to be unbroken, Joseph explained, his voice tired but firm. Each person represents a link in the energy chain we will create. If the circle breaks during the ritual, we will lose our only chance. Emily came running out of the patient hallway, her face showing concern. The transformation is accelerating. Tom, he's almost unrecognizable now, and the other two patients have started showing the same changes. Marcus could feel the growing tension in the room. The approximately 50 people gathered in the lobby looked alternating between concern and determination. Sarah circulated among them, offering words of comfort and guidance on what to expect. Before we begin, Joseph announced to the group, you need to fully understand what we face. The Wendigo is not just a forest creature. It is a physical manifestation of our own greed and isolation. Each person it transforms becomes an amplifier of this negative energy. A guttural sound echoed through the hospital corridors, making everyone startle. It was a disturbing mix of human scream and animal growl. They're sensing what we intend to do, Joseph continued, his voice more urgent. Wendigo will try to stop us. He will try to sow discord, make us doubt each other. We cannot allow it. Marcus watched as some members of the group began to show signs of nervousness, looking suspiciously at their neighbors. It was exactly the kind of reaction they needed to avoid. Remember, he interjected, using his teacher's voice, every person in this circle is someone we know. They are our neighbors, friends, family. The Wendigo's power comes from making us forget that. Sarah began handing out small candles to each attendee, while Emily oversaw the blocking of all entrances to the lobby. The sound of glass breaking somewhere in the hospital indicated that time was running out. Joseph stood in the center of the circle, preparing a large bowl of sacred herbs. The scent intensified, a mix of sage, cedar, and other plants Marcus didn't recognize. When I begin the chant, Joseph instructed, each of you should focus on a strong memory of connection to the community, a time when you truly felt part of something larger than yourselves. The hospital lights began to flicker, and a cold draft swept through the lobby, making the candle flames dance dangerously. Through the windows, Marcus could see dark shapes moving in the forest. Tall, distorted figures that seemed to be watching the hospital. Joseph began to sing in his ancient language, his deep voice reverberating through the space. The people in the circle closed their eyes, focusing on their memories as instructed. Marcus could feel something changing in the environment, as if the air was becoming denser, charged with energy. A violent crash shook the hospital. Something was trying to get in. Emily rushed to check on the patients, returning moments later. with alarming news. Tom disappeared, she screamed, tears in her eyes. The window in his room is broken, and the other two patients are. Another impact. Stronger this time. The people in the circle began to stir, but Sarah and Marcus quickly moved to calm them down, keeping the formation intact. Don't break the circle, Joseph ordered between verses of his chant. The energy is starting to flow. I can feel it. Marcus could feel it too. It was like a gentle electric current passing through the group, growing in intensity with each moment. The candles began to burn more intensely, their flames taking on a peculiar bluish glow. Suddenly, the lobby doors exploded inwards. 3 monstrous figures burst into the room, creatures that had once been human, but were now something else entirely. They were impossibly tall and thin, with elongated limbs ending in sharp claws. His eyes shone with an unearthly hunger. Marcus recognized Tom among them, his body completely transformed, but still carrying traces of his humanity in the features of his distorted face. Hold the circle, Joseph shouted, his voice now charged with power. Energy needs to grow more. The creatures began to circle the group, their movements erratic and predatory. Some people screamed, but no one broke formation. Joseph's singing intensified, and the energy in the room became almost palpable. Emily stepped forward, tears streaming down her face as she looked at what had once been her husband. Tom, she called softly, I know it's still in there. Fight it. The creature that had been Tom stopped his predatory movement, his head tilting unnaturally as he stared at Emily. For a moment, something human seemed to flicker in his hungry eyes. Joseph threw a handful of herbs into the center of the circle, causing thick, aromatic smoke to spread throughout the room. Their singing reached a crescendo, and the energy circulating between the people intensified dramatically. The creatures began to twitch, as if the smoke was causing them physical pain. Their inhuman screams echoed throughout the hospital, but Joseph's singing and the energy of the circle continued to grow, overpowering their wails. You're working, Marcus shouted, watching as the creatures began to transform again. This time, reverting to normal, its elongated limbs retracted, its claws became fingers, and its cadaverous pallor began to give way to more natural skin tones. But the battle was not yet won. In the forest beyond the hospital windows, more hungry eyes watched, and the unearthly cold that characterized the Wendigo's presence continued to intensify. The real test was yet to come, and Marcus knew they would need all the strength of the community to face what came next. The energy pulsing through the circle in the hospital lobby began to intensify even more, emanating a bluish light that seemed to dance among the participants. The 3 newly transformed Wendigos, including Tom, lay unconscious on the ground, their bodies slowly returning to human form. Joseph maintained his ancestral chant, but Marcus could see the tiredness on his face. The effort of the ritual was clearly taking its toll on the elder. Sarah and Emily worked quickly to move the transformed bodies to a safe area, while keeping the circle intact with other participants filling their places. Something greater is coming, Joseph managed to say between lines of his chant. What transformed these people? The source is approaching. As if in response to his words, a wave of intense cold swept through the lobby, so cold that people could see their own breath. The hospital's windows began to freeze, forming crystalline patterns that resembled faces distorted in agony. Keep your memories focused, Marcus instructed the group, feeling fear begin to infiltrate the circle. Think about the moments of unity, of community strength. A deafening sound, like the cracking of hundreds of bones, echoed through the forest. Through the frosted windows, they could see a colossal figure emerging from among the trees, a monstrously enlarged version of the Wendigo, its skeletal form towering above the highest canopies. It's the original, Joseph explained, his voice weak but determined. The first Wendigo, the one that spreads transformation. He rarely shows himself, but our ritual forced him to appear. The creature approached the hospital, each step making the ground shake. Its body was a grotesque distortion of the human form, with impossibly long limbs and a head that looked like a deformed deer skull. His eyes were pits of hungry darkness that seemed to suck in the light itself. The energy isn't enough, Joseph muttered, clearly exhausted. We need more connection. Emily, who was taking care of Tom, suddenly had an idea. Social media. We can broadcast live, get more people participating virtually. Marcus was initially hesitant. Modern technology seemed incompatible with an ancient ritual. But then he realized the wisdom in the suggestion. The Wendigo adapts to modern times by using our digital isolation. Why can't we do the same with our connection? Sarah quickly organized a live stream through her library account, sharing it with every community group she could reach. Within minutes, hundreds of people from the region began watching and participating virtually, sending messages of support and sharing their own memories of community unity. The effect was immediate. The energy in the circle increased exponentially, the bluish light intensifying until it was almost blinding. The original Wendigo let out a roar that shook the very foundations of the hospital, its gigantic claws tearing apart part of the roof. It's working, Joseph exclaimed, his chant now stronger. True connection, whether physical or digital, is anathema to him. The creature began attacking the hospital with renewed fury, but each attack seemed weaker than the last. The energy of the circle now formed a kind of protective barrier, repelling his attacks. The unearthly cold began to recede, and the ice on the windows began to melt. Marcus watched in amazement as messages of hope and unity continued to arrive via the live broadcast. People from all over shared stories of how the community had come together through difficult times, each positive memory adding strength to the ritual. The original Wendigo began to writhe, its monstrous body writhing as if it was being compressed by an invisible force. His form began to shrink, gradually shrinking, as his screams of fury turned into howls of agony. This is the moment, Joseph shouted. All together now. The elder threw the last handful of sacred herbs into the center of the circle, and everyone present, along with hundreds online, focused their energies on a single moment of unity. The bluish light exploded in a blinding flash, and the original Wendigo imploded into a cloud of ice and darkness that dissipated into the night air. The silence that followed was profound. Joseph staggered, exhausted, being supported by Marcus before he fell. The people in the circle slowly opened their eyes, looking around with expressions of astonishment and relief. "He finished?" Sarah asked, her voice shaking slightly. "For now," Joseph replied, his voice weak but satisfied. "The Wendigo is never truly destroyed. It is a manifestation of our own failings as a society. But we learned something important. Today, our ability to connect and care about each other also evolves and adapts." Emily caught everyone's attention. Tom and the others affected were beginning to awaken, completely human again. The tears of joy and hugs that followed were broadcast live to hundreds of viewers who continued to send messages of support and celebration. In the weeks that followed, Pine Creek began to recover. The shared experience had strengthened community bonds in ways no one expected. The live stream video, although it mostly showed people in a circle singing, had gone viral, inspiring other communities to strengthen their own connections. Marcus, finishing his report on the events, realized that his academic research had turned into something much more significant. The Wendigo wasn't just a legend about greed and isolation. It was a warning about the importance of maintaining our humanity and connections in an increasingly fragmented world. Joseph, regaining his strength, continued teaching the ancient traditions, now incorporating modern elements that strengthened rather than diminished the ancient wisdom. Sarah's library became an even more vital community gathering center, and Emily established a mutual support program at the hospital. The winter cold continued, but now it was just natural weather, without the supernatural touch that had plagued the city. In the northern forests, the animals returned, and the trees seemed to whisper no longer in fear, but in an ancient wisdom about the strength of true unity against the shadows of loneliness. The dense fog rolled lazily over the dark waters of the Rio Sombra as Elena Martinez adjusted her camera for another shot of the old Jefferson Bridge. The late afternoon sun painted the sky with orange tones, creating elongated shadows that danced over the centuries-old stone and iron structure. As a historian at the Municipal Museum of Villa Sombria, Elena had dedicated the last few months researching the mysteries surrounding the bridge, especially after the increase in reports about the inexplicable baby cries that echoed during the nights. "Again here, Dr. Martinez." The hoarse voice of the night guard, Mr. Thompson, startled Elena. The man with gray hair and an impeccable uniform approached with slow steps, his flashlight already on even though there was still some natural light. "You know how persistent I am, George." Elena smiled, putting the camera back in her bag. "Besides, today marks exactly 100 years since the crying on the bridge was first recorded. I can't miss tonight." George Thompson frowned, his deep wrinkles accentuated by worry. "I have 30 years of service on this bridge, Elena. Believe me, there are things better left alone." Elena watched the guard with renewed interest. In all these months of research, it was the first time that George demonstrated that he knew more than he let on about the mysterious events. "What exactly have you witnessed here, George?" The old guard looked away at the bridge, his eyes lost in distant memories. Things that don't make sense in the light of day, the crying, it's not always the same. Sometimes it seems distressed. Other times, it seems like it's trying to tell us something. At that moment, a gust of cold wind cut through the air, making Elena's dark hair dance. She pulled her coat closer to her body, feeling a shiver that had nothing to do with the temperature. Why didn't you ever tell me this before? Because there are secrets in this town that some people would rather keep buried, George replied cryptically, beginning his nightly patrol. Elena watched the guard walk away, his words echoing in her mind. As a historian, she knew that every city had its skeletons in the closet, but there was something different about Darktown. Historical records from the time the bridge was built were curiously sketchy, with important pages mysteriously missing from municipal archives. As night approached, Elena established her small makeshift camp near the bridge entrance, equipped with recorders, night vision cameras, and temperature sensors. She was determined to document any paranormal activity that might occur. Sarah Chen, his research assistant and local history graduate student, arrived shortly after, carrying coffee and sandwiches. I thought you might need backup, said the young woman of Asian descent, handing a steaming cup to Elena. You're an angel, Sarah, Elena thanked, sipping her coffee gratefully. Did you bring the documents I asked for? Sarah nodded, taking out an old folder from her backpack. I found something interesting in the birth records from that time. There is a strange pattern of babies recorded as stillborn around the time the bridge was being built. Elena picked up the folder with renewed interest. As he leafed through the documents, yellowed with age, a dark story began to form in his mind. Records showed an unusually high number of infant deaths, concentrated in a period of just 6 months during the bridge's construction. This can't be a coincidence, Elena murmured, her eyebrows drawn together in concentration. Were all these babies from bridge worker families? Mostly yes, Sarah confirmed, pointing to the notes she had made. And there's more. I found references to a midwife named Margaret Blackwood who worked with these families. She mysteriously disappeared shortly after the bridge was completed. The night progressed as the two women delved deeper into their investigation. The wind had picked up, making the bridge's ancient structure groan and creak. Elena couldn't help but notice how the shadows seemed thicker at the corners of the bridge, as if they hid secrets in their darkness. Around midnight, the equipment began to show strange readings. The temperature dropped sharply at specific points on the bridge, and the recorders picked up unexplained interference. Elena, Sarah called, her voice shaking slightly. Do you hear that? In the silence of the night, a soft, distant sound began to echo through the structure of the bridge. It was unmistakable, the cry of a baby. But there was something different about that sound, something that made Elena's heart clench. It wasn't just a cry of sadness or despair. He seemed charged with urgency, as if he were trying to communicate something. Quick, get the thermal camera, Elena instructed, her professionalism overriding the fear that threatened to paralyze her. The images on the screen showed something extraordinary, a diffuse form of heat moving across the bridge, stopping occasionally as if searching for something. George Thompson appeared again, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. You need to get out of here now, he said, with an authority that brooked no argument. It's not safe tonight. But George, we're so close to understanding. Elena began to protest. Some secrets come at too high a price, the guard interrupted, his normally friendly face set in a frightening seriousness. And there are people in this town who will do anything to keep them buried. As Elena and Sarah reluctantly packed up their gear, the baby's cries increased in intensity, echoing through the bridge structure like an ancient wail. Elena couldn't help but feel that that night was just the beginning of something much bigger, a story that had waited 100 years to be told. In her apartment that night, reviewing the recordings and notes, Elena realized she had stumbled upon something much bigger than simple local folklore. The events at Jefferson Bridge were connected to a dark secret that reached to the very foundations of Darktown, and someone, or something, was determined to bring it to light. The next morning, Elena woke up to find her desk covered in documents and her laptop screen still displaying thermal images from the night before. The diffuse shape they had captured continued to intrigue her, especially the way it moved, almost as if she were looking for something specific in the structure of the bridge. While he was preparing his breakfast, the phone rang. It was Sarah, her voice thick with excitement. "Elena, you need to see this. I found more information about Margaret Blackwood in the old hospital archives. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Elena replied, quickly gulping down her coffee. Something in Sarah's voice suggested that she had discovered something significant. The municipal archive was housed in a historic building in the center of Villa Sombria, its red brick walls marked by time. Sarah waited at the entrance, holding a yellowed folder and evidently eager to share her discovery. Margaret Blackwood wasn't just a midwife, Sarah explained, as she guided Elena to a secluded table in the back of the archive. She was something of an activist. I found letters from her denouncing the working conditions during the construction of the bridge. Elena examined the documents with growing interest. Margaret's letters revealed a disturbing picture. Workers forced into dangerous conditions, late payments, and a pattern of suspicious accidents involving those who spoke out against the construction management. Look at this. Sarah pointed to a specific passage. She mentions a shady deal between the mayor at the time and the contractors. Something about misappropriation of materials and... Wait, there's more. Before Sarah could continue, they were interrupted by heavy footsteps. The director of the archive, Mr. Jenkins, a burly man with a stern expression, approached his desk. Dr. Martinez, what a surprise to find you here so early, he said, his smile not reaching his eyes. I hope you're finding what you're looking for in our modest collection. Elena noticed Sarah discreetly slipping some documents into her bag. Just routine research, Mr. Jenkins. Local history always holds interesting surprises. Without a doubt, he replied, his gaze fixed on the papers on the table. Just remember that some documents require special permission to consult. We don't want misunderstandings. After Jenkins walked away, Elena and Sarah exchanged meaningful glances. We need to get out of here, Elena whispered. Now, in the cafe next to the archive, the two women examined the documents that Sarah had managed to save. Among them was a newspaper clipping dated 1923, reporting the disappearance of Margaret Blackwood. The article was surprisingly short, just a few lines mentioning that the midwife had left town for personal reasons. She never left town, an elderly voice commented, making them both jump. A white-haired lady stood next to the table, her wrinkled hands holding a cup of tea. I'm Dorothy Blackwood, Margaret's great niece. Elena and Sarah exchanged surprised looks before inviting Dorothy to join them. The lady accommodated herself with a grace that befitted her advanced age. Margaret kept a diary, Dorothy continued, her voice low but firm. She discovered something while building the bridge, something that involved the babies who died. They weren't natural deaths. The cafe seemed to have become quieter, as if the air itself had stopped to listen. Elena felt a familiar shiver run down her spine. In the last diary entry, Margaret wrote about a ritual. Dorothy continued, her eyes clouded with painful memories. Something to do with the bridge itself. She believed the contractors had made a pact to ensure the structure would last for centuries. A pact that required sacrifices. Elena thought about the crying that echoed across the bridge, the pattern of child deaths, the missing pages of official records. The pieces began to fit together, forming a disturbing image. The diary, Elena asked, trying to keep her voice steady. Does it still exist? Dorothy nodded slowly. It's kept in my house. Margaret hid it in the walls of her room before disappearing. My mother found it years later, but never had the courage to make it public. We need to see him, Sarah insisted, leaning forward. It could be the key to understanding what's happening on the bridge. It's not that simple, Dorothy replied, looking around nervously. There are people in Darktown, powerful families, who descend from those involved in building the bridge. They don't want this story to come to light. As if to emphasize her words, Elena noticed a man in a dark suit sitting a few tables away, pretending to read a newspaper, but clearly observing their conversation. Tonight, Dorothy whispered, slipping a slip of paper with her address on it. Come after 10, and be careful. The walls in Darktown have ears. As they left the cafe, Elena couldn't help but look at the Jefferson Bridge in the distance, its imposing silhouette against the afternoon sky. How many secrets did those ancient stones hold? And most importantly, what would be the price of revealing them? The rest of the day dragged on with agonizing slowness. Elena tried to focus on her work at the museum, but her mind kept returning to her conversation with Dorothy and the terrible implications of what they had discovered. The babies' deaths had not been accidents or natural tragedies. They were part of something much more sinister. As night approached, Elena began to notice small, unsettling details. A black car that seemed to be heading its way. A figure in the shadows, watching the museum entrance. The phone ringing with silent calls. Someone clearly didn't want her to continue investigating. At 10 o'clock sharp, Elena and Sarah parked a block from Dorothy Blackwood's house, a modest Victorian building on the fringes of the historic district. The night was exceptionally dark, with heavy clouds obscuring the moon. Are you sure you're not being paranoid? Sarah asked, noticing how Elena was constantly checking her mirrors. After today, I don't believe in coincidences, Elena replied, recalling the unsettling events of the day. The man in the cafe, the black car, the connections. Someone is trying to intimidate us. They quickly crossed the front garden of Dorothy's house, where they were greeted by the lady herself, who led them down a narrow corridor to a back room. The room was lit only by a few candles, creating dancing shadows on the walls covered in faded wallpaper. I need to show you something before the diary, Dorothy said, removing a picture from the wall to reveal a small built-in safe. They are photographs that Margaret took during the construction of the bridge. The sepia images showed workers, the structure under construction, and, most disturbingly, a group of men in formal attire performing what appeared to be some kind of ceremony at the base of the bridge. This one, Dorothy pointed to a stern-faced man in the center of the photo, is Sebastian Crane, the main contractor, and next to him, Mayor Harrison Wade. Elena recognized the names. Both families were still prominent in Darktown. The Cranes controlled most of the real estate industry, while the Wades maintained significant influence in local politics. Margaret found out they were involved in something called the Pact of the Pillars. Dorothy continued, her voice shaking slightly. It was a kind of pagan ritual, promising that the bridge would last for centuries in exchange for sacrifices. At that moment, a noise from upstairs made everyone freeze. Dorothy quickly blew out the candles, plunging the room into darkness. Someone's here, she whispered. Quickly, grab the diary and head out the back. Dorothy handed Elena a leather-bound volume, its pages yellowed with age. Before they could move, however, heavy footsteps echoed down the stairs. Miss Blackwood, a male voice called. Shadowtown Police. We have some questions about a report of suspicious activity. Elena and Sarah exchanged alarmed glances in the dark. Dorothy gestured silently to a side door that led to the back garden. Just a moment, officer, Dorothy replied, her voice surprisingly firm. I'm wearing a nightgown. While the elderly lady distracted the unwanted visitors, Elena and Sarah escaped through the side door. Margaret's diary held tightly against Elena's chest. The garden was in shadow, but they managed to locate a small passage between the fences that led to the parallel street. Once in the car, Elena drove without turning on the headlights until she was a few blocks away. His heart was beating fast, and his hands were shaking on the steering wheel. Those weren't real cops, were they? Sarah asked, still nervously, looking in the rearview mirror. I highly doubt it, Elena replied, finally turning on the headlights as she turned onto a busier avenue. The question is, how did they know we were going to be there? They decided not to return to their homes that night. Instead, they drove to a small motel on the outskirts of town, where they could safely examine the diary. The pages of the Abor's diary revealed a story even darker than they had imagined. Margaret had meticulously documented her suspicions and discoveries, including details of the ritual and the names of the families involved. Listen to this, Elena read aloud. The workers don't know it, but every accident, every construction death has a purpose. Crane and Wade have made a pact with something ancient, something that dwells deep in the river. But it's not just the lives of the workers that fuel the pact. It's the innocents, the newborns, whose pure souls are needed to strengthen the bridge's pillars. Sarah looked pale in the dim light of the motel lamp. So, the babies, they were sacrificed, Elena added, feeling nauseous as she read the following pages. Margaret discovered that the workers' families were being manipulated. The deaths that seemed natural were actually part of the ritual. A distant thunder made them both startle. The storm that had threatened all day finally arrived. There's more, Elena continued reading. Margaret writes about a specific symbol, a mark that was carved into each pillar of the bridge during its construction. She believed it was the key to breaking the pact. Sarah approached the window, watching the first drops of rain. What about the crying we hear? Are the babies trying to tell us something? Maybe, Elena replied, turning another page of the diary. Margaret mentions that the pact needs to be renewed every 100 years, or the bridge will start to collapse. And look at the date she wrote down for the renewal. Let me guess, Sarah interrupted. It's this year? Elena nodded darkly. In 3 days, to be exact, at the new moon. A flash of lightning lit up the room, followed immediately by a deafening thunder. In the brief light, they both saw a figure standing outside the window, watching them. Get down, Elena screamed, pulling Sarah to the floor. Seconds before, a heavy object crashed through the window, scattering shards of glass throughout the room. The object that passed through the window was a rock wrapped in a piece of paper. Elena, still protecting Sarah, crawled until she reached her. The note was short and direct. Stop now, or you will be the next to disappear. We need to get out of here, Elena whispered, quickly stuffing the diary into her bag. They escaped through the back door of the motel, the rain now falling in torrents. Elena's car was a few meters away, but before they could reach it, headlights came on at both ends of the parking lot. This way, Sarah pulled Elena into a side alley. They ran through the darkness, their footsteps muffled by the storm. After several turns, they found refuge in a small abandoned church. Soaking and panting, the two women hid at the back of the church. Elena took the diary out of her bag, relieved to see that it was relatively dry. We need to understand what Margaret discovered about this symbol on the pillars, she said, flipping through the pages by the light of her cell phone. Sarah stood guard near a broken window. Elena, look at this, she called softly. On the outer wall of the church, partially covered by ivy, was carved a symbol similar to the one described in the diary, a complex intertwining of lines that formed something similar to an inverted anchor. It can't be a coincidence, Elena murmured, comparing the symbol to Margaret's drawings. This church must have some connection to the ritual. Investigating the interior of the church, they discovered more symbols hidden beneath layers of peeling paint. The altar, although deteriorated, had similar carvings on its base. Elena photographed everything with her cell phone, while Sarah searched the rubble for more clues. There's something under this floor, Sarah called, pointing to a section of floor that sounded hollow. Together, they managed to lift a loose board, revealing a secret compartment. Inside was a rusty metal box. The box contained ancient documents and a small book of rituals. The yellowed pages revealed disturbing details about the covenant of pillars. According to this, Elena read in a low voice, the original ritual was performed by a sect that worshipped a river entity. They believed that human sacrifices, especially of pure souls, would strengthen any structure built on water. But why babies? Sarah asked, her voice shaking. The book says that innocent souls are more powerful. Elena continued reading. And newborns, still connected to the spiritual world, would serve as anchors between our world and the other side. A noise outside made them both silence. Heavy footsteps echoed on the wet gravel. Elena quickly packed the documents and book into her bag, and they hid behind a row of dilapidated benches. "We know they're here," a male voice echoed through the empty church. "Don't make this any harder than it needs to be." Elena recognized the voice. It belonged to Robert Crane, great-grandson of the bridge's original contractor. Through a gap between the benches, she could see 3 men searching the place with flashlights. "The ritual must be completed," another voice said. "The bridge can't fall. You have no idea of the consequences." Sarah held Elena's hand tightly. A flashlight beam passed dangerously close to their hiding place. Elena knew they needed a distraction to escape. His fingers touched the small camera in his pocket, giving him an idea. Silently, she turned on the camera and programmed it to fire the flash repeatedly. Then, very carefully, he slid the device to the other side of the church. When the flash began to blink, creating ghostly shadows on the walls, the men ran in that direction. "Now," Elena whispered, and they moved quickly to the side door. The rain continued to fall, providentially masking the sound of their escape. They ran for several blocks until they found a taxi, which took them to the apartment of an old classmate of Elena's from university. Mike Peterson, professor of anthropology, was surprised by the late visit, but didn't ask questions when he saw the condition of the two. He offered dry clothes and hot coffee, while Elena and Sarah examined their findings. "That explains why the crying started to become more frequent," Elena said, studying the ritual book. "The spirits know that the pact's term is running out. They are trying to prevent it from happening again." "But how can we stop them?" Sarah asked. "The Crane family is clearly not going to give up easily." Elena traced the symbol on the book with her finger. Margaret believed that the symbol was both the source of its power and its weakness. "If we can decipher it and perform a counter-ritual during the new moon, you'd be facing some of the most powerful families in the city," Mike warned, pouring more coffee. "Not to mention forces we don't fully understand." A particularly loud thunder rattled the apartment windows. Elena looked out at the storm, thinking about all the lives that had been sacrificed to keep the bridge standing. The baby's cries echoed in his memory. "We have no choice," she said firmly. "If we do nothing, more innocent people will die. The cycle needs to be broken." The following morning, Elena, Sarah, and Mike gathered at the apartment to finalize the preparations. The ritual book had revealed that the counter-ritual would need to be performed exactly at midnight during the new moon in the center of the bridge, where the first sacrifice had taken place. The symbols need to be drawn with a specific mixture, Elena explained, consulting her notes from Margaret's diary. Sea salt, sacred herbs, and blood from someone connected to the victims. "Dorothy," Sarah suggested. "She is related to Margaret, who tried to stop the sacrifices." Elena nodded, but before she could respond, her phone vibrated. It was a message from George Thompson, the night watchman. "They're preparing something on the bridge. Several people arriving. Be careful. We need to act today." Elena decided. If we wait until tomorrow, it might be too late. They spent the next few hours gathering the necessary materials. Mike, using his university contacts, obtained the rare herbs mentioned in the book. Sarah visited Dorothy, who promptly offered a few drops of her blood for the mixture, understanding the importance of her role. Meanwhile, Elena made copies of all the evidence, the diary, the photographs, the church documents, and sent them to several trusted journalists and historians, with instructions to publish everything if something happened to her. At night, they approached the Jefferson Bridge from 3 different directions. Elena observed through binoculars a group of people in dark robes gathering in the center of the structure. Among them, he recognized Robert Crane and other prominent members of local society. They've already started preparations, Elena whispered into the phone to Sarah. We need to wait for the right moment. The plan was simple, but risky. Mike would create a distraction at one end of the bridge, while Sarah would approach from the opposite side with a group of protesters she had gathered, students and local activists who believed they were protesting the demolition of a historic landmark. Elena, in turn, would use the confusion to approach the center of the bridge and perform the counter ritual. In her bag, she carried the necessary ingredients and the book with precise instructions. As midnight approached, a dense fog began to form over the river, as if nature itself was responding to the tension of the moment. The baby's cries, which had previously been occasional, now echoed continuously, louder and more anguished than ever. Mike began the plan by setting off fireworks at one end of the bridge. Almost simultaneously, Sarah and her protesters began marching on the opposite side, chanting and carrying signs. The confusion was immediate. The ritual members split up, some running to contain the protesters, others investigating the fireworks. Elena took advantage of the moment to sneak into the shadows. As he approached the center of the bridge, he saw something that chilled his blood, an improvised altar on which rested a small package that moved slightly. My God, she whispered, realizing they had already secured a victim for the new sacrifice. The crying he now heard wasn't just coming from the spirits. There was a real baby there. Without hesitation, Elena ran towards the altar. Robert Crane and 2 other men still remained there, beginning the ritual. She could hear their voices chanting ancient words in an unknown language. Stop, she shouted, throwing the first mixture of salt and herbs in a wide circle around her. The men turned, surprised. You don't understand what you're doing, Crane growled, advancing towards him. The bridge needs to be maintained. The pact needs to be renewed. Not at the expense of more innocent lives, Elena snapped, beginning to recite the words of the Edisor counter ritual as she drew the symbols with the mixture containing Dorothy's blood. The wind suddenly picked up, and the mist over the river began to thicken unnaturally. The cries of the spirits intensified, now accompanied by the voices of women, the mothers who had lost their babies over the last century. Crane and his companions tried to interrupt Elena, but were surprised by an invisible force that kept them at bay. The structure of the bridge began to vibrate, and the original symbols carved into the pillars began to glow with a bluish light. The spirits, Sarah cried, having managed to get closer. They're helping us. Elena continued the ritual, her voice mixing with the cries and wails that echoed across the bridge. When he reached the last words, an intense light burst from The river, enveloping the entire structure. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Elena saw translucent forms of women and children materializing around her, the spirits of those who had been sacrificed. Among them, he recognized Margaret Blackwood, who smiled gently before turning to Crane with a judgmental look. The light intensified until it became almost unbearable. And then, in a final flash, all the symbols of the original pact went out simultaneously. The silence that followed was absolute. The crying had stopped. Sarah ran down the aisle and picked up the baby, who was miraculously unharmed. In the distance, sirens announced the arrival of the police, alerted by the protesters. "It's over," Elena said, exhausted but relieved. "The pact has been broken." In the weeks that followed, the story came to light in all its macabre dimensions. The evidence that Elena had distributed, added to the testimonies of the families involved, led to a series of investigations and arrests. The true story of the Jefferson Bridge finally came to light, and the victims were able to get some form of justice. The bridge remained standing, but now free from the weight of the sacrifices that maintained it. The cries were never heard again, and the souls of the innocent finally found peace. Elena continued her work as a historian, dedicating herself to documenting the true history of Villa Sombria. Margaret Blackwood's diary was donated to the museum, serving as a permanent reminder of the dark secrets the town had kept for so long. And on new moon nights, when the mist rises over the Sombra River, some say they see soft shapes of light dancing around the bridge, no longer in mourning, but in celebration of their liberation. The wind howled through the concrete pillars of the old Miller Bridge, a weathered structure that stretched over the Blackwater River in Cedar Grove, a small town in rural Michigan. Sarah Mitchell, a 28-year-old investigative journalist, adjusted the rearview mirror of her Honda Civic as she parked near the entrance to the bridge. The digital clock on the dashboard read 23:45, and she could feel her heart racing as the minutes approached midnight. It wasn't the first time Sarah had investigated urban legends. It was her specialty at the local Cedar Grove Gazette. But there was something different about this particular story. Over the past few months, several residents had reported disturbing experiences on the bridge, all following a similar pattern: the cry of a baby at midnight, followed by mysterious knocks on vehicles. Sarah opened her notebook and reread her notes. The story dated back to 1987, when a young mother called Elizabeth Cooper, aged just 19, allegedly threw her newborn baby off the bridge. The body was never found, and Elizabeth disappeared soon after, leaving only speculation and an urban legend that persisted for more than 3 decades. "You shouldn't be here alone." The deep voice made Sarah jump in her seat. Through the car window, she recognized Officer Mike Thompson, a veteran police officer who had been patrolling the area for over 20 years. He was one of the first sources she had interviewed about the legend. "Mike, you scared me." Sarah rolled down her window, feeling the cold October night air invade the car. "I'm just doing my job." "I know you are, but this bridge has a strange energy, especially at night." Mike leaned on the car window, his experienced eyes scanning the shadowy structure ahead. "I've seen things here that I can't explain." Sarah knew that look, Well, it was the same one she had noticed in all her interviewees when they mentioned their experiences on the bridge. What exactly did you see, Mike? The policeman hesitated, running his hand through his gray hair. It was about 15 years ago. I was doing my usual rounds when I heard, well, you know, the crying. I thought it was just the wind. But then I saw a woman in a white dress in the middle of the bridge. When I turned on the siren, she just disappeared. Sarah quickly typed Mike's words into her notebook. During her investigation, she had collected dozens of similar reports, but something still didn't add up. Why now, after so long, were the incidents intensifying? There's something else you should know, Mike continued, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. Last week, we found something during a routine dredging of the river. It was an old hospital bag, dating back to 1987. Sarah's heart skipped a beat. From the same time as... Exactly, Mike confirmed. And there was a name written on it. Elizabeth Cooper. Sarah felt a shiver run down her spine. Her previous investigations had revealed very little about Elizabeth. It was as if the young mother had been erased from the town's history. No school records, no known relatives, just a few sparse mentions in old newspapers. Have you managed to find out anything else about her? Sarah asked, adjusting her scarf against the growing chill. Actually, yes. I've been going through old files from the police station and found something interesting. Elizabeth wasn't alone that night. There was a record of an emergency call, minutes before the incident. A witness reported seeing two men chasing a woman with a baby towards the bridge. This was new information, something that completely changed the perspective of the story. Sarah looked at her watch, 11:55 p.m. Mike, I have to stay. I have to see for myself. The policeman sighed, clearly worried. I can't stop you, but be careful. Some stories are best left alone. He walked away from the car, but stopped and turned around. Oh, and Sarah, if you hear her crying, don't turn your headlights off. Never turn your headlights off. Sarah watched through the rearview mirror as Mike's car disappeared into the darkness. Alone again, she began to feel the weight of the silence that preceded midnight. The bridge seemed different now, more threatening, as if it held secrets that preferred to remain in the shadows. Her fingers drummed nervously on the steering wheel as she considered the new information. If Elizabeth was being stalked that night, that changed everything. It was no longer just a story of tragedy and despair, but possibly something more sinister. A crime covered up by decades of superstition and fear. The clock struck 23:59, and Sarah could swear that the temperature inside the car had dropped a few degrees. Her eyes alternated between the dark bridge in front of her and the digital clock on the dashboard, counting down the seconds to midnight. Mike's words echoed in her mind. Never turn off your headlights. But Sarah knew that to find out the truth, she had to do just that. After all, it wasn't just a story that needed to be told. It was an injustice that needed to be revealed. And as the clock approached midnight, she knew one thing for sure. The real story of Miller Bridge was only just beginning to unfold. At midnight sharp, Sarah gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. The silence was absolute, except for the gentle hum of her Honda Civic's engine. Her fingers hovered over the headlight switch, Mike's warning still echoing in her mind. Just a few minutes. she muttered to herself, trying to calm her nerves. With one swift movement, she switched off the headlights, plunging the bridge into complete darkness. The weak moonlight barely illuminated the contours of the ancient structure. The first few minutes were silent. Sarah kept her eyes peeled, alternating between watching the bridge through the windshield and checking the notes in her notebook. The wind began to pick up, whistling through the bridge's metal beams, creating an eerie melody that made her heart race. It was then that she heard it. At first, it was almost imperceptible, a sound so soft that it could easily be mistaken for the wind. But gradually, it became more distinct, the unmistakable cry of a baby. Sarah picked up her digital recorder with trembling hands, making sure she was picking up the sound. The cry intensified, echoing through the bridge structure. It was an agonizing sound, full of despair and pain. Suddenly, a loud bang on the side of the car made her jump. Sarah stifled a scream, her fingers instinctively reaching for the headlight switch. But before she could reach it, something caught her eye in the rearview mirror. A pale figure in the middle of the bridge. It was a young woman dressed in white, exactly as Mike had described. Her dress fluttered in the night wind, and her long dark hair partially covered her face. She seemed to be looking for something. Her movements were erratic and desperate. Sarah picked up her camera, but her hands were shaking so badly that she could barely focus it. The figure began to move towards the car, each step echoing off the metal structure of the bridge. The baby's crying increased in intensity, now mixed with feminine sobs. "Elizabeth?" Sarah whispered, although she knew it was irrational to try to communicate with an apparition. The banging on the car started again, louder this time, coming from all sides. Sarah finally turned on the headlights, but the figure had disappeared. The crying stopped abruptly, leaving only the sound of the wind and her own racing heart. With trembling hands, she started the car and drove quickly off the bridge. She parked in a safe area and took a deep breath, trying to process what had just happened. Her tape recorder was still on, and she rewound it to listen to the recording. To her surprise, in addition to the baby's cries and the knocks, there was something else. A female voice, almost inaudible, repeating words she couldn't clearly make out. Sarah connected the recorder to her laptop and used an audio program to clean up the background noise. While she was working on the recording, her cell phone vibrated. A message from Mike. "I've found more information about Elizabeth. We need to talk. It's urgent." Sarah replied immediately, arranging to meet first thing the next morning at the local cafe. Meanwhile, she continued working on the recording, turning up the volume and filtering the frequencies until the words began to make sense. "They've taken my baby. Please, help." A shiver ran down her spine. The voice was clear now, full of anguish and fear. Sarah went back to her notes about the night Elizabeth disappeared. The two men the witness had seen. Who were they? And why were they chasing a young mother and her baby? Her phone vibrated again. Another message from Mike. "Be careful who you trust. Some people in Cedar Grove don't want this story to come out." The warning made Sarah reflect on how much bigger this story could be than a simple urban legend. If Elizabeth really had been stalked, if her baby had been taken from her by force, then what happened on Miller Bridge in 1987 wasn't an act of desperation by a young mother. It was something much darker. Sarah spent the next few hours organizing her notes and evidence, the recording of the crying, the apparition of the woman in white, the voice calling for help. Everything pointed to a truth that had been buried by decades of silence and superstition. As the sun began to rise, Sarah had a new theory forming in her mind. Elizabeth Cooper's story wasn't just about a personal tragedy, it was about a crime that had been covered up, turned into an urban legend to keep people away from the truth. But now, more than 3 decades later, the secrets of Miller Bridge were beginning to come to light, and Sarah was determined to find out what really happened on that fateful night in 1987. No matter how many people in Cedar Grove wanted to keep the past buried, with her camera, recorder, and a notebook safely tucked away, she drove home, her mind filled with unanswered questions. Meeting Mike the next morning could provide more pieces to this puzzle. But Sarah had a feeling that the closer she got to the truth, the more dangerous her investigation would become. The morning sun was shining on Cedar Grove when Sarah finally arrived home, but the shadows of the night before still loomed large in her mind. The true story of Miller Bridge and Elizabeth Cooper was just beginning to unfold, and she knew there would be no turning back now. The soft light of dawn came through the windows of the Cedar Grove Cafe when Sarah found Mike at a discreet table at the back of the establishment. She hadn't slept, having spent the entire night analyzing the recording and organizing her notes. The policeman looked equally tired, with deep circles under his eyes. "I found something in the old files at the police station," Mike said, quietly, as soon as Sarah sat down. In 1987, there were a series of baby disappearances from hospitals in the area. They were all filed as unrelated cases, but there was a pattern. All the mothers were young and unmarried. Sarah felt her stomach turn. "Do you think Elizabeth was connected to these cases?" "I'm sure." Mike slid a yellowed folder across the table. Elizabeth worked as a nursing assistant at Cedar Grove Memorial Hospital. In the weeks before her disappearance, she had registered several complaints about irregular procedures in the nursery. Sarah flipped through the documents with trembling hands. Elizabeth's complaints mentioned a doctor, Dr. James Harrison, and a nurse called Robert Wells. Both worked the night shift and, coincidentally, left the hospital shortly after the incident on the bridge. The witness who saw the two men chasing Elizabeth, Sarah began. "She was never officially interviewed," Mike added. "The report was filed by the chief detective at the time, Thomas Blackwood." "Blackwood?" Sarah frowned. "As in Richard Blackwood, the current mayor?" "His father," Mike confirmed. "And guess who was the main donor to the hospital back then? The Blackwood family." The waitress approached to take their orders, causing them both to fall silent momentarily. After ordering their coffee, Sarah leaned forward. "So we have a baby trafficking scheme involving the hospital, a whistleblower who has been silenced, and a powerful family potentially involved in the cover-up. It's worse." Mike lowered his voice even more. "Last night, after I left you on the bridge, I received an anonymous phone call. The person said that Elizabeth didn't throw her baby. She was trying to save it. Apparently, she found out where the babies were being taken and tried to expose the scheme." Sarah felt a chill. The voice on the recording made more sense now. "They took my baby." "Sarah," Mike continued, his tone grave. "The person who called me said that she worked at the hospital at the time. She claimed that Dr. Harrison and Wells weren't just employees, they were part of a network that sold babies to wealthy families all over the country. Why is this person talking now, after all this time? Guilt, maybe. But there's more. She mentioned that there are records, documents that Elizabeth had gathered. Supposedly, she hid them somewhere near the bridge before Mike was interrupted by the sound of his police radio. A crackly voice was informing him of a fire in the police station's archive. He stood up abruptly. "This is no coincidence," he said, throwing some notes on the table. "Someone is trying to cover their tracks. Be careful, Sarah. Don't trust anyone." After Mike's hasty departure, Sarah remained in the cafe, her coffee cooling untouched as she processed the information. Her mind went back to the apparition on the bridge. It wasn't a vengeful spirit, but a desperate mother trying to tell her story. Determined, she paid her bill and drove to the municipal library. If Elizabeth had found out anything about the scam, there might be clues in the newspapers of the time. In the old periodical section, Sarah found something intriguing: a series of coded, classified ads that appeared regularly in 1987, always following the same pattern: loving families, seeking special blessings, discretion guaranteed. While photographing the ads, Sarah noticed a man watching her from between the shelves. When their gazes met, he quickly disappeared. Putting away her equipment, she decided it was time to visit someone who might have answers: the former librarian, Martha Jenkins, who had worked there since the 80s. Martha lived in a small house on the outskirts of town. When Sarah explained the reason for her visit, the elderly woman became visibly upset. "Elizabeth used to spend hours here," Martha revealed, pouring tea with trembling hands. She would look through old newspapers, make notes. One day, she was so agitated that she forgot her notebook. When I went back to return it, she had already, you know. "Do you still have that notebook?" Martha hesitated. "I tried to give it to the police, but Detective Blackwood said it wasn't relevant to the case. So I kept it, hoping that one day someone would ask the right questions." The old woman disappeared into a room and returned with a dusty box. Inside was a battered notebook, its pages yellowed by time. Sarah felt her heart race as she opened the first page and saw Elizabeth's hurried handwriting. "They're selling our babies. I have proof. I need to expose this before—" The sentence ended abruptly. The following pages were full of names, dates, and codes that Sarah would have to decipher, but a note near the end caught her eye. "Secure documents. Third pillar. Do not trust the police. The third pillar of Miller Bridge." Sarah looked at her watch. There were still a few hours until nightfall. If the documents Elizabeth had hidden were still there, they could finally reveal the truth about what happened on that fateful night in 1987. But as she thanked Martha and prepared to leave, Sarah didn't notice the dark car parked across the street, nor the man inside it making a phone call. She found the notebook. "Yes, sir. Got it." The truth about the Miller Bridge was about to come out, but some people in Cedar Grove would do anything to keep it in the shadows. Sarah drove hurriedly towards the Miller Bridge, her mind processing everything she had discovered. Elizabeth's notebook weighed on her purse like a silent testimony to the dark secrets of Cedar Grove. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky with orange hues that reflected off the dark waters of the Blackwater River. Before reaching the bridge, she stopped at a gas station to fill up and buy a new flashlight. While waiting in line at the cashier, she noticed a local newspaper with a headline that made her blood run cold. Fire at police station destroys historical archives. The photo showed Mike Thompson among the firefighters, his face tense as he supervised the operation. His phone vibrated, a message from an unknown number. Meet me at the abandoned cafe near the bridge. I have information about Elizabeth. Come alone. Sarah hesitated, aware of the risks, but the possibility of finding out more about the case was too tempting to ignore. The abandoned cafe was a decaying structure about half a kilometer from the bridge. When Sarah arrived, she found Martha Jenkins waiting in the empty parking lot, looking even more nervous than before. Sorry about the anonymous message, said Martha, looking around constantly. After you left, I remembered something important. Elizabeth wasn't pregnant when she started investigating the disappearances. She was investigating because her younger sister, Amy, had a baby taken from her in hospital. Elizabeth had a sister? Sarah asked, surprised that this information had never appeared in her research. They had erased all of Amy's records, Martha explained. She was underage at the time. The Blackwood family made sure the case was completely covered up. But Elizabeth didn't give up. She kept investigating until she discovered that it wasn't an isolated case. A sudden noise startled the two women. Martha grabbed Sarah's arm. There's one more thing. Dr. Harrison didn't leave town after the incident. He just changed his name and continued practicing in a private clinic. His new name is... The sound of screeching tires interrupted the sentence. A dark car came out of nowhere, its headlights blinding. Martha pushed Sarah behind a dumpster. Seconds before, gunshots echoed through the empty parking lot. Sarah remained motionless, her heart hammering as she heard the car accelerate and disappear into the night. When she finally dared to move, she found Martha lying on the ground, blood staining her blue sweater. Martha. Sarah knelt beside the elderly woman, her hands shaking as she dialed emergency. The documents, Martha whispered with difficulty. Elizabeth, third pillar. Old safe. Sirens began to sound in the distance as Martha lost consciousness. Sarah stayed with her until the ambulance arrived, her world spinning with the implications of what had happened. This was no longer just a journalistic investigation. It was a matter of life and death. After Martha was taken to hospital, Sarah found herself in a dilemma. The police would certainly want to question her, but every minute lost was one less chance of finding the documents before others did. With a sudden decision, she got into her car and drove to the bridge. Dusk had given way to full night when she parked next to the structure, armed with her new flashlight and Elizabeth's notebook. Sarah started down the steep slope towards the third pillar. The river flowed violently below, its black waters holding decades of secrets. Following the cryptic instructions in the notebook, Sarah carefully examined the pillar. After several minutes of searching, her fingers found an irregularity in the concrete, a small, cleverly camouflaged compartment. Inside, protected by waterproof plastic, was a yellowed envelope. The sound of footsteps on the bridge above made her hide closer to the pillar. Male voices conversed in low tones, and the beam of flashlights swept the area. "Are you sure she'd come here?" a voice asked. Old Mike said she was investigating the history of the bridge. Another voice replied, "If she found Elizabeth's notebook, she'll be looking for the documents." Sarah recognized the second voice. It belonged to Richard Blackwood, the current mayor. Her heart raced as she realized that she was effectively trapped between the river and her pursuers. Careful not to make a sound, she tucked the envelope into her jacket and began to move sideways along the base of the bridge, using the shadows as cover. Her foot slipped on a loose stone, causing a small gravel slide. "Did you hear that?" one of the voices asked. Sarah froze, pressed against the cold concrete, as the beams of the lanterns danced ever closer to her position. It was then that she heard, faint at first, but gradually growing, the cry of a baby. The men on the bridge heard it too. "What the hell is that?" A pale figure began to materialize in the middle of the bridge, just as Sarah had seen the night before. But this time, Elizabeth wasn't alone. Next to her, the translucent form of a younger girl also appeared. "Amy," Sarah whispered, finally realizing the true extent of the tragedy. The men on the bridge began to retreat, their hurried footsteps echoing off the metal structure. Sarah took advantage of the distraction to move quickly along the riverbank, her heart beating so hard it felt like it was going to explode. When she finally reached her car, her hands were shaking so badly that she could barely insert the key into the ignition. The envelope weighed heavily in her pocket, carrying with it the truth that had cost the lives of two sisters, and now threatened to claim more victims. Sarah drove straight to Mike's apartment, knowing she couldn't trust anyone else. She found the policeman on his balcony, a grave expression on his face as he held up a phone. "Martha didn't resist her injuries," he said as soon as Sarah got out of the car. "We need to get you out of town. Now." Not without exposing the truth. "First," Sarah replied, showing him the envelope, "I found Elizabeth's documents inside the apartment." They spread out the contents of the envelope on the kitchen table. There were old photos from the hospital, altered birth records, and a detailed list of adopted babies with amounts paid. Most disturbing was a set of photographs showing Dr. Harrison, now known as Dr. Malcolm Rivers, with prominent members of Cedar Grove Society, including the Blackwood family. That explains why the scheme continued even after Elizabeth, Mike muttered, examining the documents. It wasn't just about selling babies. It was about power and influence. Sarah began scanning each document with her cell phone, sending the images to a secure server. Elizabeth discovered that her sister Amy wasn't the only one. They had a whole system, Mike. Doctors, nurses, social workers. A noise outside made them both freeze. Mike drew his gun and approached the window. "Cars approaching. Lots of them. How much time do we have?" "Not long. They must have tracked your car." Sarah finished scanning the last document and sent everything to her editor with an urgent message. Then she began drafting an email to all the main news agencies in the state. "Sarah," Mike called out from the window, his voice tense. "It's them. Richard Blackwood is here with the chief of police." "How did they know?" Sarah stopped when she saw Mike's guilty expression. "You called them." "I'm sorry," he said, lowering the gun. "They have my family." The sound of doors opening and closing echoed outside. Sarah quickly pressed send on her phone and put it away. The original documents she stuffed into her boot. Mike, you don't have to do this, she tried, but the policeman had already opened the door. Richard Blackwood entered first, followed by two men Sarah recognized from the photos. Dr. Rivers and Robert Wells. Older, but still intimidating. Miss Mitchell. Blackwood smiled, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I believe you have something that belongs to us. All I have is proof of your crimes, Sarah replied, keeping her voice steady despite her fear. And now the whole world is going to know. Do you really think anyone will believe you? Wells laughed, an obsessive journalist investigating urban legends. Please. A high-pitched scream cut through the air. A baby's cry. Everyone in the room froze. The temperature dropped dramatically, and a mist began to form in the center of the room. Elizabeth and Amy appeared, their ethereal forms more solid than ever. Behind them, other figures began to materialize. Dozens of young women, all carrying babies, their expressions a mixture of pain and accusation. Impossible, Dr. Rivers whispered, stepping back. The lights began to flicker, and objects around the room began to shake. Sarah took advantage of the distraction to run towards the back door, but Blackwood grabbed her. You're not going anywhere, he growled. But his grip loosened as an invisible force threw him against the wall. Chaos ensued. The spectral figures surged forward, their voices joining in a chorus of wails that made the windows vibrate. Wells tried to draw a gun, but it flew out of his hand. Dr. Rivers fell to his knees, covering his ears. Mike, who had been watching paralyzed, finally acted. Sarah, run. She didn't have to listen twice. She burst through the back door and ran into the night, the sound of wailing following her. Sirens began to sound in the distance. Apparently, someone had called for reinforcements. When Sarah finally stopped, she was back at Miller Bridge, gasping. She checked her phone. The messages and documents had been delivered. Within minutes, the story would be on all the major media outlets. A gentle touch on her shoulder made her turn around. Elizabeth was there, clearer than ever, Amy by her side. For the first time, Sarah could see their faces clearly. So young, so determined. Thank you, Elizabeth said, her voice like a whisper on the wind. Now they'll know the truth. The two sisters began to disappear, their forms dissolving into the night breeze. The baby's cry, which had been a constant on the bridge for so many years, finally fell silent. The next morning, Cedar Grove awoke to a media storm. The arrests of Richard Blackwood, Dr. Malcolm Rivers, and Robert Wells dominated the headlines. Former adoptions were investigated, families were located, and decades of secrets came to light. Sarah wrote the full story, not just about a criminal scheme, but about two sisters who refused to be silenced. Even after death, the Miller Bridge stood as a silent reminder, but the baby's cry was never heard again. Mike, after confessing his forced involvement, cooperated with the authorities and helped dismantle what was left of the network. His family was found safe. Years later, a plaque was placed at the entrance to the bridge in memory of Elizabeth and Amy Cooper and all the mothers and babies of Cedar Grove. At night, It is said that two figures can be seen walking across the bridge, no longer searching or lamenting, but at peace, finally free to tell their story. In Mr. Nicolaus' little toy store, where the dust danced gently under the golden rays that came through the old windows, a very special box awaited its fate. Inside it, 25 little lead soldiers rested neatly, all cast from the same mold except for one small detail that would make all the difference. The last little soldier had been born with only one leg. Little João, the town doctor's only son, was turning 8 that fall afternoon, and his eyes lit up when he received the box of little soldiers as a present. His mother, always attentive to detail, had chosen that particular set after noticing how the little boy was enchanted by the stories of bravery and honor that his father used to tell him before bedtime. When he got home, João ran to his room, a magical space where toys of all shapes and colors lived together in perfect harmony. On top of the old wooden chest of drawers next to the window, a delicate cardboard castle housed a graceful ballerina. She stood in eternal balance on a single leg, the other extended backwards in a perfect arabesque, her arms delicately arched above her head, as if she were about to begin her dance. John carefully arranged the little soldiers in formation on the same chest of drawers, creating a guard of honor that stretched from the castle to the edge of the cabinet. The one-legged soldier, being different, was placed in the last position from where he had a privileged view of the dancer. It was at that moment that something extraordinary happened, something that only the toys could perceive. The little soldier, in his leaden silence, felt his inflexible heart beat in a different way. The ballerina, with her white tulle skirt, decorated with sparkling sequins, and her graceful posture seemed to float, even though she was motionless. He noticed that, like him, she also balanced on a single leg, although hers was by artistic choice, while his was her only option. During the day, when João played with his little soldiers, our little hero strove to be as brave as his lead brothers, making up for his physical lack with even more bravery. At night, when the lights went out and the house sank into silence, the toys came to life, and the little soldier took every moment to admire his beloved ballerina. In João's room, other toys also inhabited that magical world. There was a mischievous goblin who lived in a box of surprises, always watching everything with an enigmatic smile. His black eyes often fixed on the little soldier with an expression that mixed disdain and envy. The elf couldn't bear to see how the ballerina, so delicate and refined, would cast gentle glances at the imperfect little soldier. On one of those magical nights, as the moonlight streamed through the window and bathed the room in its silvery glow, the little soldier summoned up all his courage to approach the cardboard castle. With a lot of effort, balancing on his one leg and leaning on his bayonet, he slowly advanced up the dresser ledge. The ballerina, sensing his approach, maintained her graceful pose, but her painted eyes seemed to take on a special glow. The little soldier, even though he couldn't speak, expressed all his love through his determined gaze and proud posture. It was as if a silent song filled the air between them, a melody that only their hearts could hear. However, the goblin from the box of surprises was not happy about this closeness. His face contorted with envy as he plotted to separate the two. He knew that the little soldier, because he only had one leg, was more vulnerable than the others, and this difference would be the key to his malicious plan. The next morning, as the first sunlight began to awaken the town, the goblin put his plan into action. Taking advantage of a breeze coming through the ajar window, he sneaked over to the chest of drawers. With a quick, precise movement, he pushed the little soldier, who was standing near the edge of the dresser, watching his beloved ballerina. The little lead soldier, taken by surprise, couldn't keep his balance. In a split second, he found himself falling towards the floor, while the ballerina, helpless on her pedestal, could only watch in horror. The sound of the lead hitting the wooden floor was muffled by the carpet, but the impact was enough to send the little soldier rolling under the furniture. Thus began a series of adventures and misadventures that would test not only the little lead soldier's endurance, but above all, the strength of his love for the ballerina. While he lay under the dresser, amidst the dust and cobwebs, his brave heart was already planning how to return to his post next to his beloved. The goblin from the top of his box smiled with satisfaction at his act of evil, without imagining that this was only the beginning of a story that would prove that true love knows no physical limitations or seemingly insurmountable obstacles. The ballerina, maintaining her elegant pose, let an invisible tear run down her paper cheek, while her heart hoped that her beloved little soldier would find a way back to her. And so, on that seemingly ordinary morning, an extraordinary journey of love, courage, and perseverance began, where a little lead soldier with only one leg would demonstrate that true strength does not lie in physical perfection, but in the greatness of the heart and the determination of the soul. The little lead soldier, lying under the dresser, watched the dust dance in the beams of light that penetrated through the crack. His heart, although made of metal, beat with the determination to return to his beloved dancer. The hours dragged by as he planned his return, knowing that he would have to wait until nightfall, when magic would allow him to move freely. During the day, John searched for his lost little soldier, but couldn't reach the narrow space under the heavy furniture. The boy's mother, with her broom, also tried to reach the toy while cleaning, but the little soldier had rolled even further away close to the wall. When night finally came and the house fell silent, the little soldier began his journey. With determination, he used his bayonet as a support and began to crawl across the floor. The distance to the dresser leg seemed endless, but each movement brought him a little closer to his goal. High above, the ballerina maintained her graceful pose, but her eyes were fixed on the darkness below, waiting for a glimpse of her beloved little soldier. The goblin, satisfied with his mischief, watched everything with a malicious grin, planning new obstacles for the brave soldier. As he crawled along, the little soldier found a small stuffed mouse, long forgotten, under the dresser. The toy, covered in dust, offered to help the soldier. "I can take you to the edge of the carpet," he whispered, "but watch out for the house cat, who often comes by at night." Accepting the help, the little soldier climbed onto the stuffed mouse's back and moved quickly through the darkness. The soldier's heart was pounding a mixture of hope and apprehension. Every meter he traveled brought him closer to his beloved, but also exposed him to new dangers. As they reached the edge of the carpet, a familiar noise made the stuffed mouse freeze. Whiskers, the family cat entered the room through the ajar door. His yellow eyes shone in the darkness as he sniffed the air, sensing the unusual movement. The little soldier, knowing he couldn't turn back, thanked the mouse and continued on his own, creeping even more cautiously. Every move had to be calculated so as not to attract the feline's attention. The wooden floor, with its gaps and irregularities, made the journey even more challenging. From her elevated position, the dancer watched the scene with a heavy heart. She wanted to scream, to warn her beloved of the danger that was approaching, but her paper voice produced no sound. The goblin, on the other hand, took the opportunity to create more confusion. With one swift movement, he dropped a small marble, which rolled across the floor, making a soft noise, but enough to attract Mustache's attention. The cat, intrigued, began to approach the spot where the little soldier was. In a moment of pure instinct, the little soldier threw himself into a crack in the floor, just in time to avoid the feline's curious paws. There, squeezed between the wooden planks, he could feel his leaden heart beating fast. The darkness was complete, but his determination remained unshaken. The little soldier had to wait patiently until Mustache lost interest and moved away. During this time, he thought of the ballerina, her delicate smile, and her infinite grace. It was this thought that gave him the strength to carry on, even when everything seemed to be conspiring against him. When he finally managed to get out of the crevice, the little soldier realized that he had been dragged along by the current of air passing under the floor. Now, he was in a different room, the living room even further away from his beloved ballerina. The moonlight coming through the living room window revealed a new world of challenges. Huge pieces of furniture cast mysterious shadows, and the silence was occasionally broken by the nocturnal noises of the house. The little soldier knew he would have to cross all this unknown territory to get back to John's room. On the way, he found other forgotten toys that had slipped under the furniture over the years. A cracked marble offered directions, a wheelless cart shared stories of other toys that had tried to make the same journey. Each encounter strengthened their resolve not to become just another lost toy. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, the ballerina bravely resisted the onslaughts of the goblin, who tried to convince her that the little soldier would never return. "He's just an imperfect soldier," sneered the goblin. "He's probably already lost forever in the far reaches of the house." But the ballerina kept her faith. In her eternally graceful pose, she knew that her beloved little soldier wouldn't give up easily. The love they shared was stronger than any physical obstacle or malicious provocation. The little soldier continued his journey around the room using his one leg and his bayonet to propel himself. Each movement was a test of balance and perseverance. He discovered that he could use the bangs of the room's carpet as ropes to hoist himself up, and the patterns on the floor as a map so as not to get lost. The night advanced, and with it grew the little soldier's urgency to return before dawn. He knew he had to find a way back to his room before the house woke up, and his movements were once again limited by daylight. His determination was fueled not only by his love for the dancer, but also by his desire to prove that his limitations did not define his worth. Every obstacle he overcame was a victory not only over the circumstances, but over the prejudice that the goblin represented. And so the little lead soldier continued his journey through the sleeping house, his heart full of hope and courage, while the ballerina, in her eternal arabesque, patiently awaited his return. The night still held many adventures and challenges, but true love has the power to illuminate even the darkest paths. The little lead soldier finally managed to find an opening that led to the kitchen, where the black and white tiled floor formed a giant tray under his feet. Dawn was approaching when he spotted something that made his metal heart freeze a small gap under the back door through which a stream of air was inexorably sucking him in. He tried to resist, but his one leg couldn't find enough support on the waxed tiles. In a matter of seconds, the little soldier found himself sliding towards the outside of the house. The morning breeze carried him across the garden, making him roll on the dew-damp grass. The sun was just beginning to rise over the horizon when the little soldier realized he was being dragged along by a stream of water from the rain that had fallen during the night. His leaden body, too heavy to swim against the current, was heading towards a storm drain. As he was carried, he thought of the dancer and how his love now seemed even more distant. The goblin would certainly be celebrating his misfortune, but the little soldier maintained his dignified posture, even in the face of adversity. His determination remained as unshakable as the metal he was made of. The water led him through a labyrinth of underground pipes, where he found other lost objects, bottle caps, dried leaves, and even a paper boat, which, despite being soaked, still held its shape. "Come on up," invited the little boat, offering to help the soldier. With a lot of effort, the soldier managed to hoist himself onto the little paper boat, which now served as his improvised vessel. Together, they sailed through the dark canals, guided only by the distant sound of running water. The little boat told the soldier stories of other objects it had found on its aquatic adventures. The journey through the tunnels seemed endless until a flash of light indicated the exit to a stream that ran through the city. The little soldier found himself sailing under the open sky, passing under bridges where children were playing without noticing the little sailor in his paper boat. In John's room, the ballerina remained in her pose, but her inky eyes looked sadder. The goblin, pleased with the disappearance of the little soldier, danced around her, humming taunts about how the imperfect soldier had been taken away forever. Back at the stream, the little boat and the soldier faced increasingly rough waters. "Hold on tight," shouted the little boat when they spotted a small waterfall ahead. The waterfall wasn't high, but for a lead soldier and a paper boat, it represented a formidable challenge. The impact of the fall was devastating. The paper boat, already soaked, finally broke apart, leaving the little soldier alone in the current. He maintained his impeccable posture, even as he sank his one leg and his bayonet pointed skywards, as if in a final salute. Then something unexpected happened. A large fish, attracted by the glint of lead in the water, quickly approached, and in one sudden movement swallowed the little soldier whole. In the dark interior of the fish, the little soldier kept his composure, thinking that even this seemingly hopeless situation could prove to be an opportunity. The fish, satisfied with its metallic meal, swam peacefully down the stream until it reached the town market, where it was picked up by a shopkeeper. By an extraordinary coincidence, that same fish was sold to the cook at John's house, who took it to prepare the family's dinner. In the kitchen, when the cook cut into the fish, her eyes widened when she found the little lead soldier perfectly preserved inside. Recognizing it as one of John's little soldiers, she carefully cleaned it and gave it back to the boy. John, thrilled to have his lost soldier back, ran to put it back with the others on the dresser. The soldier's heart beat fast as he found himself once again close to his beloved ballerina, who maintained her graceful pose, but now had a special sparkle in her eye. The elf watched the scene in disbelief and anger, his apparently perfect plan having been thwarted by fate. The little soldier's determination and love had proved stronger than all the adversity he had faced. That night, when everyone was asleep, the little soldier told the other toys about his adventure. The ballerina listened attentively to every detail, her paper heart overflowing with joy at having her beloved back. The goblin, defeated, retreated to the bottom of his box, planning his next attempt to separate the lovers. But the little soldier and the ballerina knew that their love had been strengthened by their trials. Every obstacle they overcame was proof that true feelings know no limits, be they physical or imposed by others. The little one-legged soldier had shown that true strength lies in the heart, no matter what material it is made of. As the moon bathed the room in its silvery light, the little soldier stood guard next to the cardboard castle, his one leg firm, his posture impeccable, his leaden heart beating to the same rhythm as his ballerina's delicate paper heart. The night had only just begun, and new adventures surely awaited our brave hero. Life in the playroom had resumed its routine, but something had subtly changed since the little soldier's return. The ballerina seemed to dance even more gracefully when night came, and her gaze met the little soldier's with an intensity that made the other dolls sigh with admiration. The goblin, however, had not given up his evil plans. For days, he silently watched the couple in love, studying their movements and waiting for the perfect moment for his revenge. His opportunity came on a particularly cold night when the family lit the fireplace in the living room to ward off the chill. John had brought some of his toys to play with by the cozy fire, including the little soldier and the ballerina. The boy created an elaborate story in which the brave soldier protected the delicate dancer from imaginary dangers. When sleep came, John was put to bed, leaving his toys on the side table in the living room. It was then that the goblin put his cruelest plan into practice. Taking advantage of a sudden gust of wind that came through the poorly closed window, he pushed the little soldier towards the flames of the fireplace. The little lead soldier, taken by surprise, felt the intense heat approaching his metallic body. The ballerina, witnessing the imminent danger, did something she had never done before. She broke her eternal pose. In one graceful, desperate movement, she launched herself towards her beloved, her paper skirt fluttering like wings. Her gesture of unconditional love, however, ended up sealing her own fate. As a spark leapt from the fireplace, hitting her delicate garment, the other toys watched in horror as the flames began to consume the paper and tulle that made up the ballerina. The little soldier, even as he felt his own leaden body begin to melt from the intense heat, kept his eyes fixed on his beloved. At that moment, there was no longer any difference between them. They were just two souls united by the purest love. The elf, realizing too late the magnitude of his evil, tried to help, but the fire had already taken on irreversible proportions. The flames danced around the couple, creating ghostly shadows on the walls of the room. It was as if the fire itself was paying a final tribute to the gracefulness of the ballerina and the bravery of the little soldier. As his leaden body slowly melted, the little soldier kept his impeccable posture, his one leg steady until the last moment. The dancer, for her part, returned to her characteristic pose, as if performing her final dance in the flames that were consuming her. Their eyes remained fixed on each other, communicating without words all the love they shared. The heat from the fireplace turned the little soldier's lead into a small, shiny puddle, while the ballerina's ashes danced in the air like little black snowflakes. The other toys swore they saw for a brief moment two silhouettes rising from the flames, dancing together in perfect harmony, finally free of all physical limitations. The next morning, when the maid went to clean the fireplace, she found something extraordinary among the ashes, a small lead heart perfectly formed from the little soldier's molten metal. Next to it, mixed in with the ballerina's ashes, a delicate piece of paper in the shape of a star had survived the flames, as if fate itself wanted to preserve one last vestige of that transcendental love. John was deeply saddened to discover the fate of his beloved toys, but there was something poetic about the way they left together. The elf, consumed by guilt, was never the same again. His mischievous smile disappeared, replaced by an expression of eternal regret. The other toys in the room turned the story of the little soldier and the ballerina into a legend told in whispers on silent nights. They talked about how true love knows no limitations, about how courage and devotion can overcome any obstacle, even death itself. On particularly quiet nights, when the full moon bathed the room in its silvery light, some toys would swear they saw two shadows dancing gracefully on the dresser in the exact spot where the cardboard castle used to stand. It was as if the little soldier and the ballerina had found a way to continue their love story, transcending the barriers of the material world. The little lead heart and the paper star were carefully kept by John in a small music box which played a soft waltz tune. Every time he opened it, the boy remembered the story of the imperfect little soldier who proved to be the most perfect of lovers, and the ballerina who chose love above all else. And so, even after its seemingly tragic end, the story of the one-legged soldier and his ballerina lived on, inspiring others to believe in the transformative power of true love. For as the wisest toys used to say, it's not the physical shape that defines the greatness of a heart, but its capacity to love unconditionally. Years had passed since that fateful night, and John's room had changed considerably. The boy had grown up, and many of his old toys had been put away or given away, but the little music box containing the lead heart and the paper star remained on his desk like a precious treasure he refused to forget. One fall afternoon, similar to the one when the little soldier had first arrived at the house, John, now a young man, found his own 5-year-old son, Pedro, gazing curiously at the music box. The boy's eyes shone with the same intensity as his own had done so many years ago. "Dad, what is this box?" asked Pedro, his small hands gently touching the carved surface. John smiled and sat down next to his son. As he opened the box, the soft melody of a waltz filled the room, and the two small objects, the lead heart and The paper star seemed to take on a special glow in the evening light. This, my son, is the most extraordinary story I've ever known. John began, his eyes lost in memories, and so he shared with Peter the saga of the one-legged soldier and his beloved ballerina. The boy listened attentively, his eyes wide with fascination at each new twist in the narrative. While John was telling the story, something magical began to happen in the room. The light of the setting sun, filtering through the window, cast dancing shadows on the walls, and the melody of the music box seemed to take on new, deeper, and more meaningful notes. Peter, enchanted by the story, asked to hold the little treasures. John carefully placed the lead heart and the paper star in his son's little hands. The moment the objects touched the boy's skin, a soft, inexplicable wind blew through the room, making the curtains dance. "Dad, look," Peter exclaimed, pointing to the wall. The shadows had taken on different shapes. A little soldier and a graceful ballerina were dancing in perfect sync to the sound of the waltz. John blinked several times, unsure if his eyes were deceiving him, but the vision remained. The lead heart in Peter's hand began to emit a faint glow, and the paper star sparkled as if sprinkled with fairy dust. The magic that had once inhabited the playroom seemed to have reawakened, bringing with it the memories of a love that had transcended all barriers. The shadows on the wall told their own story. They showed the little soldier on his journey through the house, his adventure in the stream, the moment inside the fish, and finally the final dance in the flames. But this time, there was no sadness in the narrative. Instead, each scene pulsed with the celebration of a love that not even fire could destroy. Peter, amazed, watched the dancing shadows with the enchantment of childhood, that ability to see magic where adults see only the ordinary. John, for his part, felt transported back to his own childhood, remembering the nights when he watched his toys, imagining the secret lives they led when no one was looking. The melody of the music box reached its crescendo, and the shadows of the little soldier and the ballerina began to multiply, filling all the walls of the room. It was as if they were presenting a grand spectacle, a celebration of the eternity of their love. "Dad, they're still alive, aren't they?" asked Pedro, his voice full of hope. John hugged his son, realizing that some stories never truly end. They just find new ways to continue existing through the generations. "In a way, yes," replied João softly. "As long as there are people to tell their story, as long as there are hearts capable of understanding the depth of their love, the little soldier and the ballerina will live on." As evening approached, the shadows began to fade, but the glow of the lead heart and the paper star remained. Pedro carefully returned the objects to the music box, which continued its sweet melody. "Can I tell this story to my friends?" asked Pedro, his eyes still shining with emotion. João nodded, knowing that the legacy of the little soldier and the ballerina would live on, inspiring new generations with their message of unconditional love and courage in the face of adversity. That night, while Peter slept, John stayed in his room for a few more moments, watching the music box. For a moment, he could have sworn he saw a reflection in the mirror. A little one-legged soldier, perfectly poised, dancing with a graceful ballerina, their movements in perfect harmony. And so, the story of the little lead soldier and his paper ballerina continued no longer just as a reminder of lost toys, but as an eternal testament to the transformative power of true love. On silent nights, when the moon bathed the room in its silvery light, it was still possible to hear the distant echo of a waltz and see in the shadows of the walls two lovers dancing eternally free of all earthly limitations, united forever in their immortal love. The midday sun streamed through the tall windows of the British Museum, casting beams of golden light onto the ancient Egyptian relics. Dr. Marcus Bennett adjusted his reading glasses as he thoroughly examined the new artifact that had arrived that morning. His experienced fingers, protected by latex gloves, slid smoothly over the surface of the aged papyrus, so fragile that it seemed it could disintegrate at the slightest careless touch. At 45 years old, and with 2 decades dedicated to studying Egyptian civilization, Marcus had never come across anything so intriguing. The papyrus had been accidentally discovered during routine restoration of a smaller sarcophagus, hidden in a secret cavity that had remained sealed for millennia. "You need to see this, Sarah," he called to his assistant, a young 28-year-old archaeologist who had joined the department just 6 months ago. Sarah Walker approached quickly, her footsteps echoing through the silent laboratory. His green eyes sparkled with curiosity as he leaned over the document. "The hieroglyphs, they look different than usual," she noted, frowning. Marcus nodded, pleased with his assistant's insight. "Exactly. It's a rare dialect, used mainly by the priestly class during the New Kingdom. But the most interesting thing is not the way it is written, but what is written." Marcus began to translate aloud, his heart racing with each deciphered symbol. He who knows the true story of the young pharaoh must remain silent, for the eyes of Anubis watch over the bearers of the sacred secret. Suddenly, a strange sensation ran through his body. The sunlight seemed to flicker, and for a brief moment, Marcus could have sworn he smelled frankincense and myrrh. A fleeting image of a stone corridor lit by torches flashed through his mind, so vivid that he had to lean on the table to keep his balance. "Dr. Bennett, is everything okay?" Sarah grabbed his arm, worried. Marcus blinked several times, and the vision dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. Yes, just a moment of dizziness. Must be tired." At that same moment, Dr. Alexander Hughes, director of the Department of Egyptian Antiquities, entered the laboratory. His normally serene face was tense. "Bennett, we need to talk about this papyrus, in private." His eyes briefly turned to Sarah, who took the hint and discreetly withdrew. "I got an interesting call from Cairo," Hughes began, once they were alone. "Apparently, we're not the only ones who know about this discovery. Dr. Fahmy at the Egyptian Museum is quite agitated about the matter." Marcus knew Karim Fahmy by reputation, a brilliant scholar, but known for his controversial theories about Tutankhamun's death. What exactly does he want? He claims that the papyrus rightfully belongs to the Egyptian government and is demanding its immediate return. But there is something more, Marcus. He mentioned something about a prophecy and serious consequences if the document is translated incorrectly. As Hughes spoke, Marcus felt that strange sensation again. This time, the vision was clearer. A young man wearing a double crown sitting on a golden throne, his eyes fixed on something or someone that inspired terror. The scene was so real that Marcus could feel the warmth of the Egyptian air on his skin. Marcus, can you hear me? Hughes's voice brought him back to the present. Sorry, Alexander. I think I need a coffee. But they both knew it wasn't just tiredness. Something was happening, something that transcended the normal understanding of reality. That night, after everyone had left, Marcus remained in his office, surrounded by reference books and photographs of the papyrus. The words seemed to dance before his eyes as he tried to complete the translation. The young pharaoh did not die as the stories tell. The truth was sealed with blood and magic, protected by the temple guardians through the centuries. His phone rang, making him jump. It was an international number. Dr. Bennett, this is Karim Fahmy. The voice on the other end sounded urgent. Please stop what you are doing immediately. You do not understand the forces you are dealing with. Before Marcus could respond, an inexplicable wind blew through the office, turning off the lights. In the dark, he could have sworn he saw a tall, dark figure with the head of a jackal standing in the corner of the room. When the lights came back on seconds later, there was nothing there. Dr. Fahmy, what's going on? Marcus asked, his voice shaking slightly. You have been chosen, Dr. Bennett, just as I was 20 years ago. The old gods do not rest, and some secrets have been buried for good reasons. I will be in London tomorrow. Do not continue translating until we meet. The call ended, leaving Marcus alone with his doubts and the growing weight of a mystery that seemed bigger by the moment. Looking at the papyrus on his desk, he could not ignore the feeling that he had passed through a portal of no return towards a truth that could change not only his understanding of history, but perhaps reality itself as he knew it. Sarah silently returned to the lab after everyone had left, watching her mentor through the half-open door. She had also felt something when she touched the papyrus earlier, an inexplicable connection to a distant past. But unlike Marcus, she knew exactly what that meant. After all, it was no coincidence that I had chosen to work specifically with him. The truth about Tutankhamun was about to emerge from the sands of time, and not everyone was prepared to face the consequences of this revelation. A poor night's sleep left Marcus with deep circles under his eyes when he arrived at the museum the next morning. The meeting with Dr. Fahmy was scheduled for 10 a.m., and each minute of waiting seemed to drag on forever. His hands were still shaking slightly as he remembered the shadowy apparition in his office. Sarah was already in the lab when he arrived, meticulously organizing some notes. There was something different in his countenance today, an intensity that Marcus hadn't noticed before. Good morning, Dr. Bennett. Coffee is ready, she said, handing him a steaming cup. Dr. Fahmy called earlier. He's already on his way to the museum. Marcus nodded, grateful for the caffeine. Sarah, about yesterday, did you notice anything strange while we were examining the papyrus? She hesitated for a moment, her fingers nervously playing with the necklace she always wore, an Egyptian amulet that Marcus had never paid much attention to before. Actually, yes, but I thought it was just my imagination. Before they could delve deeper into the conversation, Dr. Hughes hurriedly entered the laboratory, accompanied by a middle-aged man with sharp features and an impeccable suit. Dr. Karim Fahmy had a presence that commanded immediate attention, his dark eyes carrying the weight of someone who had seen more than they should have. Dr. Bennett, Fammy greeted with a slight accent, I see you've already started to experience the manifestations. Marcus felt a chill when he heard those words. How do you know about this? What's going on? Fammy approached the papyrus, his fingers hovering over the document without touching it. 20 years ago, I found a similar artifact in a secret chamber near the Valley of the Kings. The visions began the same way. Fragments of the past, inexplicable sensations. Night, visitors with jackal heads. Sarah discreetly moved closer, her eyes fixed on the Egyptian Egyptologist. Fammy noticed his interest and frowned slightly. Your assistant must leave. What I have to reveal cannot have witnesses. She stays, Marcus replied firmly, surprising himself with the conviction in his voice. Sarah is a key part of this research. Fammy studied Sarah for a long moment before sighing. As you wish, but the consequences will be yours to bear. He took a small object wrapped in fabric from his pocket. When he unwrapped it, he revealed a black stone scarab with golden inscriptions. This amulet was found along with my papyrus. It serves as a key, not only to decipher the text, but to open doors that should remain closed. Marcus felt a sudden dizziness, and the visions returned with a vengeance. This time, he found himself in a corridor of the royal palace, observing a scene that seemed to have happened millennia ago. A group of priests performed a ritual around the body of a young man, Tutankhamun. But something was wrong. The pharaoh was not dead as historical records suggested. He's watching, Sarah whispered, her voice strangely distant. Fammy placed a hand on Marcus's shoulder, bringing him back to reality. What did you see? Tutankhamun. He was alive during his own funeral ritual. How is that possible? The story we know is an elaborate lie, Fammy explained. The young pharaoh did not die then. He was sent into a magical sleep, preserved through the centuries by an ancient spell few knew about. Dr. Hughes, who had remained silent until then, intervened. This is absurd. We have the mummified body. Scientific studies confirm his death. The body in the tomb is a replica. Sarah spoke suddenly, her voice carrying a surprising authority. Everyone turned to her, shocked. How do you know that? Fammy asked, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Sarah touched her amulet, and for the first time Marcus noticed that it was identical to the beetle that Fammy had just revealed. Because I am one of the guardians. I have been watching Dr. Bennett for months, waiting for the moment when the papyrus would be discovered. The revelation fell like a bomb in the laboratory. Marcus felt betrayed and fascinated at the same time. Was his assistant, seemingly so normal and dedicated, part of an ancient secret order? Guardians have existed for millennia, Sarah continued. We protect true knowledge about Tutankhamun and other secrets that could devastate the world if inappropriately revealed. Fammy seemed torn between anger and respect. You're too young to be a guardian. Age means nothing to those who have been chosen, she replied. Dr. Bennett was selected for a greater purpose. The visions are just the beginning. At that moment, the lights in the laboratory began to flicker, and an inexplicable breeze stirred the papers on the tables. The ancient papyrus glowed with its own light for a second, and everyone present felt a powerful presence in the room. "It's starting," Sarah and Fami said in unison. Marcus looked at the papyrus, and the words seemed to move and rearrange before his eyes, revealing a new meaning. Pharaoh's sleep will come to an end when the stars align again. The chosen one must guide his awakening, or chaos will reign eternally. A new vision struck him, clearer than all before. A hidden place beneath the desert sands, a secret chamber where a golden sarcophagus pulsed with ancient energy. Inside, a young pharaoh awaited his awakening, preserved by the most powerful magic ever conjured in ancient Egypt. The truth was beginning to reveal itself, and with it, a responsibility that Marcus never imagined he would have to carry. The mystery of Tutankhamun was far greater than anyone could have imagined, and the consequences of his discovery were just beginning to unfold. The laboratory environment seemed to vibrate with an otherworldly energy as Marcus absorbed the magnitude of the revelations. Sarah, his seemingly innocent assistant, was actually an ancient guardian, and Dr. Fami carried secrets even deeper than he imagined. "We need to act quickly," Sarah declared, her demeanor completely transformed. The shy young woman had given way to a woman with a commanding presence. "The alignment of the stars mentioned in the papyrus will take place in 3 days." Fami nodded gravely. "The secret chamber is located near the Valley of the Kings, in a place that few know about. But getting there won't be easy. There are other groups interested in this knowledge." "What other groups?" Marcus asked, still trying to process everything. "An ancient order that opposes the Guardians," Sarah explained. "They believe that Tutankhamun must remain in his eternal sleep. For them, his awakening would bring chaos to the modern world." Dr. Hughes, who had remained silent, finally spoke out. "This is crazy. We can't just abandon the museum and head off to Egypt based on ancient visions and legends." "Alexander," Marcus turned to his superior, "after what we just witnessed, do you still doubt it? Something extraordinary is happening here." Before Hughes could respond, the lights flickered again, and this time, the jackal-headed figure fully materialized in the laboratory. Everyone froze, except Sarah, who knelt in reverence. "Anubis," she murmured. The ancient deity observed each of those present with eyes glowing like embers. When he spoke, his voice resounded not only in the room, but within everyone's minds. "Time is short. The chosen one must complete his journey, or the balance will be lost forever." Marcus felt his entire body tingle as a new vision consumed him. He found himself walking through an underground corridor, lit torches illuminating hieroglyphics that told a different story about the young pharaoh, a story of sacrifice and preservation. When the vision passed, Anubis had disappeared, leaving only a trail of energy in the air. Hughes sat, pale and shaking, while Fami and Sarah exchanged meaningful glances. "We must leave tonight," Fami declared. "I have contacts who can help us enter Egypt discreetly. The less attention we attract, the better." Sarah began collecting the papyrus and other essential artifacts. "I've already made arrangements for our trip. A private plane is waiting for us at a private airfield." "Like you?" Marcus started to ask, but she interrupted him with an enigmatic smile. The Guardians have resources, Dr. Bennett. We have been preparing for this moment for centuries. As they organized the match, Marcus noticed something strange on the papyrus. Symbols that had previously seemed static now subtly pulsed, as if they were alive. When he touched the document, a series of images crossed his mind, a detailed mental map of the place where Tutankhamun rested. I see the way, he said, surprised by his own certainty. It's as if the papyrus itself were guiding me. The bond is growing stronger, Sarah explained. You were not chosen by chance, Dr. Bennett. Your connection to the past goes beyond academic archaeology. Hughes eventually recovered from the initial shock. I'll try to cover up your absence for as long as possible. But be quick. Over the next few hours, a frantic sequence of events unfolded. Sarah revealed an international network of guardians who had facilitated every aspect of her mission. Documents were prepared, arrangements were made, and when night fell over London, the group was on its way to the airfield. During the flight, Marcus studied the papyrus tirelessly, each symbol revealing new meanings. The story that emerged was extraordinary. Tutankhamun had not just been a young pharaoh, but a conduit for powers beyond human understanding. His magical sleep was a protective measure, preserving not only his body, but also knowledge that could transform or destroy the world. The opponents must already know we're on our way, Fahmy commented, watching the night sky through the plane's window. They have their own seers and oracles. Who exactly are they? Marcus asked. Sarah sighed deeply. They are known as the Sons of Set. While we serve order and preservation, they embrace chaos and destruction. For them, Tutankhamun's awakening means the end of their power over the secrets of ancient Egypt. A sudden tremor shook the plane, even though the sky was clear. Marcus felt that familiar sensation of temporal displacement, and for a moment he saw the Egyptian desert below them as it was thousands of years ago, alive with magical energy and dotted with temples now lost to time. They're trying to stop us, Fahmy said, his face tense. But the protection of the old gods is with us. Sarah closed her eyes and began to recite an incantation in ancient Egyptian. The air inside the cabin became denser, and a soft golden light enveloped the aircraft. The turmoil stopped immediately. The closer we get to Egypt, the stronger the opposition will be, she warned. Dr. Bennett, you will need to trust your instincts and visions. They are our best defense against what is to come. Marcus nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility he now carried. In just 2 days, he had gone from a respectable academic to a central player in an age-old conflict. Visions of the past were no longer just glimpses. They were guides to a mission that could alter the course of history. The sun was beginning to rise over the horizon when they saw the pyramids of Giza, ancient Egypt called them, and with it, secrets that had waited millennia to be revealed. The real journey was just beginning. The plane landed on a private runway on the outskirts of Cairo, where a convoy of off-road vehicles was already waiting. The desert heat was intense, even in the early hours of the morning. Marcus felt the warm, dry air penetrate his lungs, bringing with it the familiar scent of sand and antiquity. We need to move quickly, Sarah instructed, already organizing the equipment. The children of Set have eyes everywhere. As they crossed the city towards the desert, Marcus watched the pyramids in the distance, their majestic silhouettes silhouetted against the orange sky. A new vision struck him. This time he saw the same pyramids in their original splendor, clad in polished white limestone, shining like beacons in the Egyptian sun. The visions are getting more frequent, Fahmy observed, noticing Marcus's distant expression. It is the call of the ancient land. It recognizes the chosen one. The convoy left the city behind, entering the desert along little-known routes. Sarah constantly consulted an ancient scroll, comparing it to a modified GPS that displayed strange markings. Guardians mapped these routes millennia ago, she explained. Each generation updates the landmarks, adapting ancient knowledge to modern technology. Suddenly, all the electronic equipment started to fail. The GPS made a high-pitched chirp before going out, and the vehicle's engines began to fail. They started, Sarah said, her face tense. The children of Set are trying to disorient us. A sandstorm appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the vehicles in a golden whirlwind. Marcus felt a growing pressure in his head, and new images flooded his mind. Priests performing protective rituals, circles of power traced in the sand, incantations whispered in long-forgotten dialects. Dr. Bennett, Sarah shouted over the roar of the wind, "You must guide us now. The papyrus has shown the way. Use the visions." Marcus closed his eyes, allowing the old images to overwhelm the present reality. In his mind, he saw a clear path through the storm, marked by points of energy that pulsed like stars buried in the sand. "Southeast," he commanded with a certainty he didn't know he possessed. "There is an ancient valley. I can see the sacred markers." Fahmy ordered the drivers to follow Marcus's instructions, even amid the chaos of the storm. The caravan advanced slowly, guided only by the preternatural intuition of its reluctant leader. After what seemed like an eternity, the storm began to subside. When the dust settled, they found themselves in a narrow valley, surrounded by rock formations that seemed like silent guardians. "The Valley of Whispers," Fahmy murmured, reverently. "Few know its existence." Sarah began drawing symbols in the sand, moving in a complex pattern around the vehicles. "We need to protect ourselves before we continue. The children of Set are not our only concern. There are ancient entities that guard this place." As she performed the protective ritual, Marcus noticed movement in the shadows of the rocks. Dark shapes glided silently, watching the group with glowing eyes. "Servants of Anubis," Fahmy explained. Noticing Marcus's apprehensive look, "They will judge whether we are worthy to proceed." The creatures approached, revealing themselves to be larger-than-life jackals, their golden eyes carrying an ancient intelligence. The largest of them stood in front of Marcus, studying him intensely. In an instant, Marcus found himself transported to another time. I was in a magnificent temple, watching a young Tutankhamun perform a sacred ritual. The pharaoh looked directly at him across the millennia, and Marcus understood. They were connected in some deep, inexplicable way. When he came to, the jackals had disappeared, but they left golden footprints in the sand, forming a path. "They gave us their blessing," Sarah said, completing her circle of protection. But we need to hurry. The alignment will begin at sundown. The group resumed their journey, following the golden footprints. As they advanced, the landscape began to subtly change. Ancient structures partially emerged from the sand, remains of a Templar complex that time had forgotten. The real temple is beneath our feet, Fami revealed. All of this is just the surface of an underground sacred city. Marcus felt a familiar vibration in the papyrus he carried. Carefully unfolding it, he saw that the hieroglyphics now glowed with a light of their own, rearranging themselves to reveal a detailed map of the underground complex. There, he pointed to a particular rock formation. The entrance is hidden in that wall. When they approached the indicated location, Sarah took off her amulet and pressed it against the rock at a specific point. The stone's surface began to tremble, and slowly a passage revealed itself. Only the chosen can open this portal, she explained. It is protected by magic older than the pyramids themselves. The group prepared to enter the underground complex, checking lanterns and equipment. But before they could take the first step, a sound echoed across the valley. Vehicles approaching. The children of Set have caught up with us, Fami said, her voice thick with concern. They can't stop us. Now, we're too close. Sarah quickly began another ritual, her ancient words echoing across the valley. The air shook with mystical power, and an invisible barrier formed behind them. It will slow them down, but not for long, she warned. We must find Tutankhamun's chamber before they penetrate my defenses. Marcus looked at the darkness that stretched before him, then at the papyrus in his hands, and finally at the sky, where the stars were beginning to align in their ancient cosmic dance. The moment generations of guardians had waited for was near, and he was at the center of it all. With one last look at the desert behind them, the group entered the passage, descending towards secrets that had remained hidden for over 3,000 years. The air grew thicker with each step, heavy with the weight of the history and ancient magic they were about to awaken. The underground passage spiraled downward, with luminescent hieroglyphs guiding your path. Marcus felt the weight of history in every step as the visions now flowed continuously, blending past and present in a kaleidoscopic dance of images. Sarah led the group, her amulet glowing with increasing intensity. The symbols on the walls, she explained, are more than decoration. They are part of a protective enchantment that stretches for miles. A distant tremor echoed through the tunnels. The children of Set have broken the first barrier, Fami announced, his voice tense. We have less time than we thought. The group quickened their pace, descending deeper into the underground complex. The air became denser and charged with ancient energy. Marcus stopped abruptly when a particularly powerful vision struck him. He saw priests carrying a young Tutankhamun through these very corridors, chanting that echoed across the millennia. It's here, he said, pointing to a seemingly solid wall. The main chamber is on the other side. Sarah and Fami positioned their amulets at specific points on the wall, reciting an ancient incantation in unison. The stone began to dissolve, like sand in the wind, revealing a monumental chamber that left everyone breathless. The space was immense, supported by gold-covered columns that rose to a ceiling painted with magical constellations. In the center, on a raised platform, rested a sarcophagus unlike any other ever discovered, made of crystal and gold, pulsing with a light of its own. The true resting place, Sarah whispered reverently. They approached the sarcophagus, and Marcus felt an instant connection with the figure resting within it. Through the translucent crystal, he could see the young pharaoh, not a mummy, but a perfectly preserved body, as if he was just sleeping. A new, stronger tremor shook the chamber. Ancient dust fell from the ceiling. They're close, Fami warned. We need to begin the awakening ritual now. Sarah quickly began preparing a ritual circle around the sarcophagus, while Fami positioned sacred artifacts at specific points. Marcus, guided by his visions, knew exactly where to position himself and what words to say. The alignment of the stars, visible through an elaborate system of mirrors on the chamber's ceiling, was almost complete. The energy in the room grew by the second, making the air crackle with mystical electricity. Suddenly, explosions echoed through the tunnels. Voices and footsteps approached quickly. Continue the ritual, Sarah shouted, running to reinforce the wards at the chamber's entrance. We can't stop now. Marcus and Fami intensified their chants, their voices blending with the ancient energy that permeated the place. The crystal sarcophagus began to shine more brightly, and within it, the first signs of movement could be discerned. The children of Set burst into the chamber, shadowy figures dressed in black, led by a tall man with an ornate staff. Sarah faced them with determination, creating mystical barriers that kept them at bay. You don't understand what you're doing, the leader of the invaders shouted. Awakening will bring chaos to the world. But it was too late to turn back. The alignment reached its peak, and a beam of starlight penetrated through the mirror system, directly striking the sarcophagus. The crystal resonated with a pure, crystal-clear tone that made everyone present cover their ears. At that pivotal moment, Marcus experienced his most powerful vision. He saw the young pharaoh's entire story unfold before his eyes, not just his historic reign, but his true purpose as guardian of sacred knowledge that transcended human understanding. The crystal in the sarcophagus began to dissolve, turning into a golden mist that enveloped the pharaoh's body. Tutankhamun opened his eyes for the first time in over 3,000 years, and his gaze met Marcus's. In that instant, past and present completely merged. The children of Set, realizing that they had failed to prevent the awakening, launched one last desperate attack. But Tutankhamun rose from his millennial sleep and, with a simple gesture, neutralized all the dark magic they conjured. The time for secrecy is over, the young pharaoh spoke, in a voice echoing with divine authority. The knowledge I protected must now guide humanity on its next journey. Sarah and Fami knelt in reverence, but Marcus remained standing, finally understanding his role. He had not been chosen merely to awaken Tutankhamun, but to serve as a bridge between the old and the new, between the mystical wisdom of the past and the needs of the modern world. The pharaoh stepped down from his platform and touched the papyrus in Marcus's hands, causing the hieroglyphs to come to life and transform into a complete narrative. The true story of not only his reign, but of all the knowledge that had been preserved through the millennia. The secrets I have kept, Tutankhamun explained, are not about power or domination, but about harmony and evolution. The world is ready to receive them now, through you, Marcus Bennett. The children of Set, witnessing the magnitude of the moment, lowered their weapons and knelt as well. Their leader, realizing the error of his ways, offered his staff as a symbol of surrender. The ancient chamber, which had so long held its secrets deep in the desert, now pulsed with a new energy, no longer of preservation, but of revelation. Tutankhamun's awakening marked not a return to the past, but a step towards the future. Marcus looked at Sarah and Fami, his companions on this extraordinary journey, and then at the young pharaoh who had crossed the millennia. The real adventure, he realized, was just beginning. The world was about to rediscover a long-forgotten wisdom, and he would be the guardian of that transition. The rising sun began to penetrate through the mirror system, bathing the chamber in golden light. A new era was dawning for both ancient Egypt and the modern world, and their histories were now eternally intertwined.